CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not Samari's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you for missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
You know, they can kind of go for the late game scaling when YSKM is on a carry top and he's playing Kale, that sort of thing.
Pretender
But
might be going down here and
No.
just sold by the Elise. Walked around the corner and kind of forgot about that.
roaming, and Misty is a great roamer, but that's all just moot if they don't make anything out of that right now. Hana has to try and run away in his own jungle, but the follow-up from Gory means that it's dead Hana in the jungle over by his... Oh! No!
That might be the go button.
Granddaddy!
Beautiful
Junior
goal, so
boy.
he gets the shove onto 4 members into the Moonlight
What?
Vigil, which decimates the team. No Name finally coming in, but he's coming in a little bit late. He gets stunned gunned down and bursted Sem 9 in tatters as only Caspiel is alive, and he's running for the...
He doesn't have cleanse for the team fight, so
here
there's
comes
an
the counter
unstoppable.
train. Uniboy going into the front line. Ashi might be falling down here. Grabbed him use already, and they got everyone stuck on the cannon barrage. Korea going in with a 3-man keeper's verdict, but they don't find any follow-up here. And you get the first. In goes Arashi straight into the back line. This is going to be running for his life. That's a double cyclone. The front line is collapsing for Korea. He goes down, and they're still chasing forward. JDU might follow. They're just trying to get Little Lee. The second shot finally gets him. And Sem 9 with a beautiful counter engage. They hit the back line. They need to fight their way out of this.
Here comes Rock.
Here they go.
Charm. They do land. That's going to be one. They managed to really carry something up. Do they have any more? Oh boy, it's Kanye falling into Lil V. It seems that J-Team have run out of steam. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Only Uniboy.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Neela does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Neela is an endlessly joyful melee marksman who makes waves with the strength of her allies. She steals power from the demon of joy, Ashlesh, siphoning incomparable magic from his prison. With every step, her water whip slays monsters that would destroy the world. So the legends say. Welcome to the Neela Champion Spotlight.
Joy, unceasing and forever.
Neela's passive, Joy Unending, makes ally heals and shields more powerful on her, increasing their value by a small amount. When a nearby ally casts an ability that heals or shields Neela or themselves, Joy Unending buffs both of them for the bonus value. See, everyone's happier when Neela's around.
Joy protect you!
Though she's quick to crush foes, Neela is a caring friend. When she last hits a minion, she'll whip up some bonus experience and split it with the nearest ally.
Such happiness!
Use Neela's Q, Formless Blade, to attack enemies with her water whip. Roll 3d10. Wait, no, that's not right. Formless Blade strikes in a line, damaging all enemies hit. Hitting an enemy increases Neela's attack range and attack speed for a few seconds, and her basic attacks will splash in a cone, dealing additional damage. Formless Blade has a short cooldown. If you hit it consistently, your sustained AoE will wash enemies away.
My waters cut deep.
With Formless Blade's passive, damage against champions will ignore some of their armor and heal Neela for part of the damage dealt. This effect scales with crit chance and can overheal, granting a shield. Neela's W shrouds her in Jubilant Veil, where she briefly gains bonus move speed and dodges all incoming basic attacks. She also takes reduced magic damage to really rain on her enemy's parade. Touching an allied champion hides them in the Veil as well, but they'll be protected for a shorter period. With her demon hunting responsibilities, Neela must be swift as a coursing river. Her E, Slipstream, lets her dash through a target unit, damaging all enemies she passes through. Neela can hold 2 charges of Slipstream at once, and she'll always move for a set distance, so get ready to go with the flow. Cast Formless Blade during Slipstream to pull a wave in your path, dealing damage and activating your empowered attacks. Neela unleashes a surge of power with her ultimate, Apotheosis, lashing her whip in an area around her. With the final burst, she pulls enemies in toward the center. Apotheosis heals Neela for part of the damage dealt, converting any excess healing into a shield. This effect scales the crit chance and is granted to nearby allies. After all, joy is meant to be shared.
Now you know what you're up against.
In lane, longer range opponents can easily poke Neela out, so rely on Joy Unending to keep you healthy and gain extra experience. Neela's self-healing and armor penetration scale with crit chance, so you'll need a few items before you're really whipped into shape. When you're ready to dive in, managing Neela's mobility is key to giving your enemies whiplash. As a melee marksman, she has to be especially alert to stay out of hot water against tanky frontliners and bruisers. Slipstream has a long cooldown, but it holds 2 charges and targets allies as well as enemies. It's a powerful tool for maneuvering around a teamfight, if you use it wisely. Jubilant Veil can also ensure Neela's survival by blocking basic attacks, and you can even use it to protect your teammates in a pinch. There may be an I in Neela, but there isn't one in team. She wants to be the star of every fight, but be sure to stick with friends who can keep her alive. Without support, your tail might end up with an H2 oh no!
Remember my name.
Neela's true power lies in mid and late game team fights when your foes are grouped up for cutting down. Activate Formless Blade's passive as often as possible and you'll topple the greatest of giants. Clump up enemies with Apotheosis, then use Formless Blade to empower your attacks and deal tons of damage. Combined with ally heals and shields, you'll slice through the enemy like a whip sword through butter.
Joyous.
With skill, grace, and a water-bending whip sword, the Joy Unbound will slay with a smile. Continue the epic of Neela at the links below.
And how strong are you?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege. I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which are... Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliche. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
So much more. I am the end of the world and the beginning of mine.
Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Are you bitter? There's something about the way you sound, just like you do. Devil, sinner, to everyone, know what you because the bit of time until they get you. And it's just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome back to the PCS for the Summer Split. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Clement. Remember, sponsored by CDBC Bank. I'm telling you to remember, so I remember as well. Also want to thank Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation and full production. Mr. Chu, it has been a red-hot minute since I last cast with you. How have you been in what has been 3, 4 weeks? No, wait, 2 weeks since last been together?
It always feels like forever when we don't cast together, Hysterics. You don't need to mention it. I've been waiting for this week to finally roll by, and here we are, week 5, where all the teams are starting to clinch their playoff berths.
True, we're getting close to, locking in. I mean, we might even get to that point today as well, right? You and I were having a quick discussion about 8 now being the magic number if it comes down to Doish team losing today. But we're going to talk a little bit about how we're looking in the PCS right now, Clement. Second last week, as you already alluded to, we're still in 12-13, and it feels like we're getting that same old vibe we got in spring with our top 3, top 4 hitting their bubble again.
Yeah, now, small correction here. It is going to be the first week that PCS goes into 12.13, so we will see how teams kind of adapt to the meta right here. We've seen big changes with Gwen. We've seen big changes with Sivir. Those are the two that, come right off the bat here. And I think they will change some of the priorities for these teams. I actually feel like DCG are in a much stronger position right now because they've been playing a lot of Gnar, and it seems like a rundown comp is exactly what Sivir would fit into.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big pick to talk about as well. And thanks for the correction as well, because coming off the back of LPL, been in 12-13 for a while, and I remember last week it was, I think it was also Friday where I came in, and still running in 12-12. That means that today we get to discuss it a little bit in depth of what we're likely to see. But, Clement, I feel like with 12-13, you and I also were talking about this too, there's only small adaptations. There's not a big whirlwind. There's just more power picks to kind of consider.
Absolutely. 12.14 is kind of the big tempo patch that everyone is waiting for. But there are a couple things on 12.13 that I think people will definitely notice right off the bat. First one, the top lane, Gwen, has received a huge amount of changes. The basic gist of it is that she is a little bit weaker in the early game, but she hits like a truck later on. So the basic idea here is they wanted to balance her out for pro play and for casual play as well. They made her a little bit more consistent, and what it basically means is that I don't think she's tier 1, always blind pickable right now in the patch. Instead, you're going to see a lot more Gnar and gameplay filling that role.
Oh, God, it's so annoying to watch those ultis come through. We'll talk about the teams a little bit, though. As I was saying before, there's a lot riding on today, because with Doish team, if they pick up a loss here, anyone who gets to 8 wins is going to be locking in playoffs. And today, Clement, J-Team already in that position. Beyond, Frank, they can both hit 8 today as well. So we might have a couple more greened out teams by the time today's done.
Absolutely here. And we do have to mention that today J-Team is not going to be participating with us due to the COVID situation around here. So it's very possible that J-Team might make playoffs today without even being on the Rift.
Could you imagine sitting at home and you're feeling a little bit sick, but you're feeling also happy because without lifting a finger, as you said, the qualification chance is there. At the moment, I was saying this start of broadcast, Clement, that bubble's still there. But the fun thing this split is Frank Esports are more situated within it. Whereas last split, we're talking a lot about CDBC, PSG Talon, J-Team, and then down a little bit with DCG and the Beyond Gaming. But Frank have kind of slotted themselves in this split in that big popularity contest.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the league go from kind of a top 14 that we saw last split, moving over slowly into a top 5 and sort of bottom 5 team. Well, not exactly bottom 5, but definitely top 5 coming in there with Beyond Gaming, I think slightly beyond.
Well, let's look at our player of the week, though. For week number 4, it was Leaky, DCG's top laner, who just had the best game on Mordekaiser. Absolutely slap it in the face, and it was, it was against Impunity there, Clement. I believe PSG as well. Leaky absolutely took off.
Yeah, and he's a big reason why DCG are so strong this split. If you look at his champion pools, he pretty much is a blind pick tank player, but what makes him so special is that Mordekaiser pick. I love the way he builds his champion. I love the situation he picks him in. He's typically going up against tanks, and he's always going for the Demonic Embrace build second. He's not trying to split push, he's not going for the Rylai's, and he's not going for the Nashor's Tooth. He's basically just going for the Demonic Embrace into the Randuins. So very tanky build. And one thing I think he does really good against in terms of the champion selection is he typically takes it against solo carry teams. So you see a lot of teams that are kind of first pick Aphelios in this meta. You have Leaky on that Mordekaiser. He walks into the middle of your comp. He puts Aphelios inside of Death Realm, and suddenly you don't have your hyper carry. So it's really a great champion pick when you see these teams running double tanks like the Poppy and Gragas in the front line. A lot of times teams are running double supports at times, and you just slap in that Mordekaiser, you take away their carry, and their composition falls apart.
He's 3-0 on it as well, so far that's kind of coming up as a sly pick that no one really expected. A shout out to Leaky as well. Diversity in the champion pool so far in the PCS. And as you said, for DCG, relying on this top laner has really become a good thing, with 28% of his team's damage share topping the charts for DCG as well. Pretty hyped up to see this guy yet again today as we look at what's happening today. As we said before, J-Team are not participating, so we only get 4 games today, Mr. Chu. But dude, today looks so good. First and last match, they are top of the standings matchups.
Oh boy, all the matches today are so fun to look at. You have Frank versus CFO to kick things off, very close in the standings. Then you have Impunity and Duish Team duking it out for a playoff slot. And then Sem9 and Deep Cross Gaming. I think these two teams actually had the hardest games to predict because you had Deep Cross Gaming losing to Duish Team, and then you had Sem9 and Deep Cross Gaming both almost beating PSG. So the ceilings and floors of these teams are massive. And then you have Megabank Beyond Gaming, which to now has been one of the only 2 teams to take down PSG. So a lot of variables and a lot of playoff standings riding on today's games.
And even though they kind of got slaughtered by CTBC Flying Oyster, like Beyond are still a very surprising team. So I like that we're looking at that matchup there again for PSG, trying to get some revenge after the loss in week number 1. But we start off with Frank Esports and CTBC Flying Oyster. And Clement, the reason I think this is one of the best matches of today, not only because Frank is doing so well, but because their individuality, the strength coming out through lanes in the early game you were talking to me about is so good. And we know that CTBC Flying Oyster have pretty strong laners themselves.
I have to say that I'm looking forward to this matchup, but it's also one I view with dread for Frank Esports. Because Frank Esports so far, they're 100% win rate when they're ahead at 14 minutes, and they're 0% win rate when behind. They're going up against the best early game team in the PCS. CTBC, you talk about good laners. I actually think CTBC has even better laners than Frank Esports. So I think what we're going to see is Frank Esports, they have to win through their composition rather than their raw talent, as they have done so many times before.
Okay, well, composition-wise, at the very least, we get to start talking about 12-13, as we alluded to before. For this first matchup, we do get the debut of 12-13 in the PCS. Now, Clement, you already mentioned things like Gwen. I want to go through some of the rest of these picks that these lineups can utilize, because 12-13 is still a patch that's bringing in new picks like the Silas priority, right? Talia as a top-tier pick. Poppy as well has been rising ever so greatly. Renata's still top tier. There's a lot here that Frank Esports, it's already fallen into their wheelhouse, especially things like the Silas on Pretender, right?
Exactly. I think this patch for me is still going towards kind of the more late game situations here. You have champions that I think do play better in the more defensive standings. We saw the rise of Poppy, we saw the rise of Xin Zhao, and in top lane you have Gnar and GP, both of which are champions that are not fighters, they're not rushers. I would say that try to dive into your composition. So I think Frank Esports, they can play around M&M. They're pretty much in a very good, comfortable place, just playing their usual compositions. The problem is, can they actually outlane CTBC? That is
going to be hard. Oh, Clement, mission rest. Like, you look at these two players and you say, well, in spring, we're calling them best solo laners. Yeah. Gemini has been on a jungle tear as well, top 2 at the moment easily. I feel like CTBC Flying Oyster, as you just said, outlaning this team is just a difficult mission in and of its own.
And no pun intended right there. This team has the best first blood rate. They have the most consistent first dragon, first herald, and also first tower. So all of these stats that are regarding early game stats, they have in the bag, especially with Shun on the roster. Shun is still averaging the best stats out of any player in terms of just laning. He's on average 1,300 gold ahead at 15 minutes. He's still rocking a 13 KDA. it's very difficult to see a lane winning, even with the caliber of YSKM and with Frank Esports overall. Very difficult to see them actually coming out ahead early versus CFO.
But I know you're dreading this. At the very least, like, the champion pool creates some of that diversity in the top lane. YSKM has been spamming this Jax, and when we know, like, at the moment with Arrest in the top lane, his most played being Nah, we've seen Jax take the grass matchup. I was watching Bin last night, absolutely popping off with it. Even though we're favoring Rest, like, look at the solo kills for YSKM. Clement, 13 solo kills. This is Mini the Shy for sure.
This is absolutely terrifying, and I think a lot of it will come down to the matchups in the top lane, but we have to remember, this time CFO does have the red side, and that just means YSKM likely has to walk blind into a matchup right here. Rest can have the second pick. We'll see how the dynamics really change here. I will say, though, one thing I do give in YSKM's favor is that Rest has never really been known as a sort of pocket picker. He doesn't show you a lot of surprises. He's just really good on the champions in the meta.
And look, I mean, picks like Nah, we talked about GP as well. We'll have to keep track of the top lane, but Clement, you hit the nail on the head. The blue side for Frank Esports, when YSKM has been such a carry, one that Hollow has also liked to focus, and it means that for CFO, they can have the opportunity to set Rest up for a bit of success. Let's start pick and ban because 12-13 now debuts here in the PCS, and already Seraphine, Ari being taken away. Okay, pretty standard stuff. Bottom lane as a duo taken out by Frank Esports, putting a bit of priority to put Shun and Koala on a back foot.
So I will say on 12.13, the priority for Zeri has actually dropped down a bit because you can counter it with the Sivir. You can take the Uni with the Sivir, fits very nicely as well. So there's a lot of counter potential here. And CFO actually have a lot on the board open. A couple of their biggest champions, the Azir coming in for Mission, is still left on the table. That's usually almost must-ban territory. So I think for Frank Esports, they might need to consider. I don't think the Aphelios blind pick is as strong as in previous patches. Ooh.
It's not, but hey, look, you know what it is. Silas has been looked at as a first pick, Clement. Things like Talia are up there as well. As for Frank Esports, Pretender's last game was just insane on this pick. It was up against J-Team. It was a surprising win, and Pretender took over.
Yes, he did. He just ran everyone down. I like that Frank Esports are having some drafts that actually fit the way they actually play, which is lane dominance and then snowball. So last time we saw them versus J-Team, they picked the Silas and then they went with the Rakan. Chase down composition was really fun, really fast paced. Not something that they usually play, but it was super successful. And now we're seeing CFO actually going on the defensive side here a little bit more.
Yeah.
If the Silas comes into the mid lane, you don't really expect the Talia to be able to roam all that much. She will face a lot of trouble. There's a lot of game potential there. But CFO, we have seen generally, have been willing to play this sort of slower, more controlled, kind of late game style, just with the Zeris and the Aphelioses and the Azirs and stuff like that. So CFO, for me, they're already going for a more defensive stat, but something that they're comfortable with still.
But you know that Frank Esports is the complete opposite. As you're saying, control for CFO. Frank Esports are like, no, there's not even a top laner picked, and YSK is like, just get me Fiora, even against the Poppy, that can be stopped. I mean, YSK just bringing that energy again.
Oh, blind Fiora, what a treat we're gonna get here. I have my issues versus blind Fiora, but I will say this. Like, whatever matchup she goes into, it typically is a skill matchup. There isn't like a super hard matchup, especially like with Renekton out of the meta. I don't think you can say that blind Fiora is completely unviable. She typically doesn't have the best of times against something like a Jax, but the Gnar is interesting here because I don't think Gnar is a great matchup versus Fiora. Fiora is very mobile. She can chase you down. She can riposte you. But okay, Rest says fine, bring it on.
Well, Clement, a lot of people aren't willing to do this because Silas, remember you and I were talking in rehearsal.
Yeah.
Big reason it's come up, like the Gnar is such a good takeaway. You have Mega Gnar without needing the Mega Gnar bar. So kind of a big hit with the Frank Esports first Silas pick as we start going through the other bands. So for CFO, how do you want to see this rounded out? Because already we do have a lot of great team fights set up. for
So
them. So
I
far.
think for Frank Esports, they're probably looking at this and going, okay, so the solo lanes are not that strong overall. All Frank needs to do is ban away the aggressive bottom laners. They've already taken away the Kalista. I like this trend going for the Lucian as well. If I'm Frank Esports, I just want to play my top side. Of both of these lanes, if Snowball will give me a great 1-3-1 base, they're great scaling champions. So I just don't want to play around bot. I want to take away all the champions that could potentially blow up bot side for CFO and give them a huge lead. That's my general idea.
Which has been kind of a new trend for Frank Esports. We looked at them as kind of a one-track team in spring, all about Eminem and K2, now named Kiris. But the diversity now in Frank Esports, that's why we're getting hyped for them, is it's bottom lane galore ban here with the Sivir going too. I'm kind of wondering what Shun's got left to play. Like, okay, Aphelios is there, Clement, Jinx is too, and he'll get his pick of the litter.
Yeah, I think CFO are definitely going to go with a hyper carry here. We have seen Shun mainly just go for the Aphelios. You compare him to Atlan. He's the Aphelios guy, while Atlan is the Ezreal and Senna guy. So going for the Aphelios like usual. He typically goes for this or the Jinx. But this is super interesting for Frank Esports. I don't really like the Samira idea here. I think if you already drafted the Sylas and the Fiora, you just want to play with your top side. Like, don't bother about bot lane. Just get something safe here.
Okay. Oh, it's an AD. It's not support.
Good.
It's an AD. Clement, is that safe enough for you? I mean, Tom Kench at least adds a layer.
I think it is. This is basically pure utility bot lane. It's a hawk shot going up just to make sure that Fiora stays safe. And then you have the Tom Kench, which I think is one of the best scaling champions right here because he can actually act as almost like a tank and take some gold resources here as well. So
he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Oh.
Dude, what a draft. This is why this matchup was good. I mean, the players set it up, but the draft just dunked it down. Clement, run me through what this does now, because you talked about CFO staying back a little bit. There is also a lot of proactivity, even in the early game, for this red side draft.
Yeah, so the Bard is a bit of a Koala special right here, and he typically uses it in situations where he just wants to burst down your lane. He can temper fate the tower and then go all in on the people underneath it. There's no risk at diving in tower if the tower doesn't fight back. So we've seen this being run here by Koala a couple times. The basic idea here is tower diving. You have so many good tower diving tools right here. You have the Talia that can just wall off an entire lane from the back. You have Poppy coming in, knocking someone into the wall, and then the tower doesn't do anything. So that's the general idea here. But I do want to say that I think CFO, I don't think they have the scaling edge in this composition. I feel like Sylas and Fiora just pack so much power over their counterparts that CFO actually need to execute a couple of tower dives. And these are going to be some high risk, high reward situations.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, the Fiora was blind picked here. Rest decided to take the Nara in. And as you're saying, dive ability for CFO, great. But if there's no scaling edge, then I'm just ready for this early to mid game to be bloodthirsty. Talia Weaver's Wall. We got Sylas to match here with Clement, by the way. A lot of good ultis. He can also steal the Tempered Fate. So you've got a lot of tools that Frank Esports can use to respond. And with Frank being so much better in summer, even though CDBC right now looking like our strongest team with a 5-win streak, I wouldn't count Frank Esports out. They're a team that have brought the blood in the early game, and as Mr. Chu said, it is really all or nothing for a team that, for me, represents the historic IG, especially with YSKM, who was on IG young back in the day.
Exactly. This is your trident team in the PCS. They try to win all 3 lanes at the same time. Sometimes to their own detriment, but I love this draft.
Not looking. Not looking. We're going to get another lunge as well. At least starting out the laning phase well here as Pretender gets over the wall with Absconder. Duck. Vital the flash. YSKM runs into turret, but it's a summoner for nothing. And Rest already going to have a fun time this game.
That was so greedy from Rest. He actually hanged around into the top side and just thought that, maybe they're going to back up, but he gets caught by the Absconded Duck for Pretender, and that shifts the matchup dramatically. Now YSKM, that all-in is so deadly. Rest cannot push the lane whatsoever. If he pushes, he's pretty much just dead.
It's going to be a hard lane. Doesn't burn the TP at least, but with that flash down and Hollow starting top side, Clement, maybe an opportunity here as we'll watch how Frank Esports play towards his top side, because I remember you in that draft saying that you can play all the way to the solo lane. We've got a safe bot for Frank, and for CFO, it looks like with Gemini's pathing as well, he will be going to match that and send out a counterpunch as we get a pause. Rest is upset, all right? He wants his flashback back, Clement, so we're going to wait and see what the issue is in all seriousness.
All right, now I will say Rest has been in these positions before, and if you look at his stats, he is one of those top laners that if he falls behind, he does not mind running it down sometimes. Like, he will still be useful. He will still come back and get his farm and carry, but he does not mind trashing the entire laning phase if things don't start out well. So it's going to be interesting to see. This could be one of those instances where Rest kind of BMs himself.
We heard there was a bit of a mic issue, by the way, but we're getting back in. We're okay for now. Yeah, as you said, I mean, Rest is resilient. 5-0 on this Gnar, and even though CDBC are a winning team, that 5-0 record still has a bit of weight. For Frank Esports, YSKM is 1-0 on the pick. Deathless on the Fiora as well, Clement. And already, as we said, off to a good start with that flash being down, as Rest is just getting bullied here with a Grasp versus Fleet. YSKM has already gotten about 4 procs off at this level 1, level 2 mark.
Yeah, you got 2 procs, I believe, level 1 already. The flash is down, so the most important thing here for the top laner is Rest cannot allow the Fiora to push and bounce the wave. If the wave bounces back and YSKM is able to freeze, that just makes CFO's life so much harder. They're pretty much going to have to send Poppy up there. Rest is going to be starved of farm, so it's actually very important for Rest here to control his rage and keep on shoving the wave. He cannot have a big wave come in and then a bounce back going on to YSKM's side.
And we also talked about jungle intervention there. Like, Gemini was spotted on a ward. So at the very least, YSKM has so much information as to where Gemini is going, and knowing that Hollow is also up in this top side of the map. So top lane will continue to be the conversation point as we look towards these other lanes, and everything's even for now. It's still Frank Esports with a good early game as, once again, sending out the Rover here, and that should actually get the spot on the Krug camp, which is being done by Gemini. So Clement, visions galore, easily done by Frank.
I love this utility bot side coming in, and to be honest, I feel like Ashe is a champion that has been underlooked in terms of just her teamfight power. I feel like she's really good in these situations where you're trying to chase someone down. And if someone goes for your backline, a lot of times Ashe can actually self-heal for herself. She's got that utility, a lot of slow to come down here. And she also just shores up your laning phase so well too. So great idea here with Frank. They kind of did a reverse draft for YSKM, where even though he didn't get the counter pick, the draft was still all about the top side.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I've never seen a blind Fiora pick that early on. Oof. You know, just, again, the confidence, and you know how Frank Esports play, but I want to come back to CDBC Flying Oyster for a sec, as we continue to look at the fun up in the top lane. Sun, and talk a little bit about this Bard, Clement, because he said for Koala, bit of a pocket pick here. We know that Bard gets out of lanes quite early. I'm just kind of wondering how it's going to work out with these first couple of neutrals.
So I think the most important thing to look out for is where is the first tower dive going to... Oh, wow, that was really beautiful by YSKM. Where's the first tower dive going to come down to? And I think there's a lot of options as bot lane.
Well, I mean, I guess we're going to talk about Frankie. And Kerry's takes it, though. Kerry's takes the magical journey. Gravitum's going to come through. No one's joining him. Even Hollow's like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near. As Ignite comes down, the shield is there too, but Hollow gets stunned over the wall, and Eminem is just going to poke him down. Kerry's lucky to be alive, as we do get an Ignite trade from the supports as well.
Yeah, defensive Ignite going down here from the side of Kerry's, just trying to ward everyone off. And Gemini will come in to sweep up the pieces right here. You know, going back to our original subject, I do think mid lane is probably the best direction to go in here. You can actually hawkshock preemptively if you catch Gemini on the Krugs, which they do have a timer for. You know he's not going to be able to respond into anything mid lane. So you can Silas tower dive onto the Talia. She does have a lot of escapes, very easy to catch out, and just try to go there. I feel like the bot lane itself is going to be a little bit more difficult on the side going in for Frank Esports. Because I just feel like that lane's probably pure utility. I don't think the jungle is going to be there all that much for them.
I mean, the safety in both, right? Healing for the Bard here as we look at a level 69, top side yet again. And safety here for the Tahm Kench. Like, for the 2v2 down the bottom lane has just been continuous trading, while mid has kind of been more of the same, and it has still been all about this top side. But I will say, Clement, Frank Esports weren't able to find a window to punish Rest on the flash timing, and we're kind of now waiting for the level 6 that's just been hit by Pretender by Mission. Weaver's Wall up and available. The Hijack as well to start influencing the map if he wants to respond. Now at the 6-minute mark as we're fast approaching. The Herald that's coming up in a minute 40, and even potential of Dragon for Frank and CFO.
Yeah, and we really have to see how this Weaver Wall is used. We talked about CFO as needing a little bit of a tempo edge here. I feel like a lot of their champions don't do so well into the late game. Bard, Talia, I would both say that they're weaker in terms of the scaling compared to their counterparts. So for CFO, I think their best idea is probably to get something done into the bottom side. Again, we talked about their tower diving combo. If you can move the Talia out of lane somehow, she already has a Weaver's Wall, and then you can follow up with the Poppy for a guaranteed stun onto that self-created wall, and you also have the Temper Fate right there. So that's the big combo waiting to happen. I expected to go down the bot lane for CFO, but we do have to look for timings right here.
I just can't get my eyes off the top lane, though, for the time being. CFO aren't even pivoting towards bot. It seems like their attention being drawn by Rest getting heavily traded against. A 10 CS lead here for YSKM as the wave is not the right spot to get that ulti into the turret. So Rest now down with the Mega Gnar. Good dodging from YSKM as everyone's coming up the whole party with Mission's Weaver's Wall that will be available, but he's already out. And so for YSKM, he's going to be able to avoid that one, Clement. And remember, quick little interaction tidbit. You can press W on the Weaver's Wall, and you can actually stop it in places of the aura. So for Mission, always just worry about where he's placing it to.
Absolutely. That crowd control portion does count. Riposte will help you with that one. Big win for, I would say, Frank Esports with a decent win here. YSKM able to get out of the game squad coming in. Pretender keeping very close to the lane. And he's going for Mission.
Yeah, I mean, Mission is now by himself because Jungler not there. Pretender's taking a huge chunk with the Kingslayer and the arrow helping out, but as Chainlash comes through, the Ignite down gets him low. Shun ults, but it's blocked by carries. A great support play here as Frank Esports get the Dragon, while CFO can't get the exit kill.
Yeah, very aggressive play there from Shun, and to be honest, even though carries did block it, he didn't really move. He just walked on the Toad's path there, still got the job done, so kudos to him.
I mean, look, he was still a brick wall. You know, Kerry did the right thing, so whether it was Shun's fault or not, still at the very least, a good support player. Tempered Fate, speaking of which, well down position, but Shun doesn't have the ulti. As the flash away from the chime sets up, for Frank Esports, they lose their Ashes flash, which means no summoners on this 80 carry, so that'll be a beneficial trait for CFO.
Yeah, a small win right there. Koala just spotted carries, hasn't hit level 6 just then, doesn't have the Devour, goes right in and burns the flash, so a good find on his part. And on the other hand, Frank Esports able to just get out of that Dragon collapse quite safely. So I think the big thing here, we're looking at the Herald fight next, and we have to take account of most of the flashes here. What we have just witnessed is, I honestly just felt like that was a mistake from Shun to burn his flash in that manner, trying to get a kill onto Pretender. Really not worth it when you look at the dive potential here from Frank Esports, and everybody is heading towards that top side right now. Frank Esports currently does enjoy a big lead in terms of vision, and you already have the Tom Kench over.
And remember, even though it's not going to be the Imperial Mandate because it's an 80 carry Ash, you still have yourself Lucidity first. We've got the Caulfield's Warhammer, so you are getting that ability haste. So Clement, we have an Ash arrow off of cooldown, and that's only going to be about 50 seconds per usage as well. As supports are just battling it out. Ignore this for the time being as they slap each other in the face. As you said, that Herald is going to be a priority. Vision for both teams, but Hollow is the one who has the top laner winning out in the matchup for now, so should influence it quite a bit.
Yeah, and a couple big things to note here. Carry's still not level 6, so missing an ultimate when it does come to that fight. And CFO are starting to pull people across the map right here, going back and forth with the Talia and with the Bard trying to catch someone out. This is such a fun way to play.
Huge mobility. I didn't even think about it. Like, yeah, the magical journey, you can weave his wall down and you can reposition again because of Bard, Clement. Like, double the tool, and the usage here is the flash into the wall, caught out mid-transition. Hollow flashes, not burning the ulti himself. The enchant across the arrows there, but Pretender's not willing to commit on in. So, a couple of things used there as Frank Esports once again get punished.
Yeah, kind of a weird timing right there. We actually saw Mission without the seismic shove. ready, and Gemini spurned a flash for that one. So again, I'm feeling like the execution here is a little bit jittery coming in the side for CFO. I feel like they're under pressure because they know that they have to find some sort of an early game play, and they haven't really caught anything yet.
I mean, as you said, Frank Esports are normally the ones that come out of the gates rolling, right? Like, this is such a big early game team. But you talked about how this team could move into the late game. There's a good opportunity here for Rest, who is actually getting some good trading back himself. But YSCam is sitting a bit mannerless, a bit low on the HP bar. So with that, Gemini moves on in, and that window, thanks to Rest, is going to give him priority over the Herald that's been sitting here for quite a while.
Yeah, great trade coming in from Rest. He finds a moment where the minion wave is in the exact position for him to go in onto YSCam. YSCam couldn't really trade back into the big minion wave. Nice. And CFO are just picking up everything right here. They could just drop the Herald.
You said, with that magical journey over the wall, they get closer towards the Herald, getting first turret blood, and down it goes, spread amongst 4 different people. Well, as Rest backs in the nick of time. Gonna get another charge here as well, Clement, as Frank Esports have only kitted YSCam to the top side to try and defend for now. Gravitum's here, they want to take him, but in the 1v3, manages to parry off some of the attack, as Herald goes down on TP now from Frank Esports as well. There's a bit of turret damage! First blood, YSCam just flashes, as Koala with a massive mistake.
I don't think Koala paid attention to the Ignite. He was still taking tower shots in the back, and what an easy pickup from YSKM. So overall, the trade definitely much more favorable for CFO. They get the Herald, they get the first tower, and they only trade back 1 plate for it. So that was a huge win for CFO in the end, but a bit of a mishap here from Koala. We're going to watch again how many tower shots he takes right here. That's going to be 1 off the front of it. The Ignite had already gone down, and it looks like he actually had the meeps going towards the Fiora there. Very unfortunate.
Oh, and that first kill, as you said, better trade for CFO, but remember Frank Esports also the one with Dragon stacking, Clement. And because you mentioned so much about how this game could progress in their favor, with a Fiora having priority and having the first kill of the game, still feels like for Frank Esports, they're not going to be too miffed as the arrow comes through onto Mission, who steps forward and averts danger.
Beautiful sidestep right there. I'm not even sure if that was intentional or not, but great by him to just walk a little bit forward into the danger range of Silas and then just back out. So, you know, if we look at the game holistically right now, I would say CFO do have a small advantage because of that tower. They can now roam members across the map a lot easier, and especially dangerous is going to be Koala. Again, remember, this comp is all about tower diving. If you have that Tempered Fate, you can catch people up so easily.
Like this. But Heartbreaker going to stop that. Weaver's Wall used as well. Double the ultimates. And they're still going for top lane. That's right, Clement. 4 members actually committing up here. But with all those ultis down, I mean, for CFO, they're getting collapsed upon, and Pretender still has his. The ulti gets out the mid lane. Zyles is carrying,
turning it around.
The Gemini into the wall, saving the play. The magical journey as well. Hollow there for the encounter against Chris Arrow. Comes in so clutch as Shun. It's so low. Pretender with the ulti now stolen away. Misses it though as Gemini's fighting out nicely, but not well enough. One little reset here as Pretender flashes the Abscond of Duck, and Koala. It's a good chime, but he won't escape either. CFO overcommitting, and Frank Esports there to punish again.
I gotta hand it to the support right there. That was a hero flash under pressure coming in from Karis. He took all the rotation, like the first round of damage, all went onto the Toad, and then he manages to flash across the wall. Frank Esports, you know, they have fresh members coming in, and CFO do not turn around and swap over their aggression. They keep on going. They get punished for it. Again, critically, Shun has burned all of his cooldowns. Let's watch this. So the key thing here is basically CFO and their target selection. They got the tower, they got the knockback coming in from Gemini. Really cool play, but they're not able to finish their targets. They spend all of their cooldowns going for the Toad, and he just gets across the wall just safe.
Eminem's arrow hitting Shun as well, but the damage has been halted. And for Frank Esports, the rest of the cleanup was super easy once Hollow started getting his resets. So Frank still that bloodthirsty team that we know. And CFO, that play before, and even that turret take to the inner Clement, that gold might be in their favor, but the 3 kills now, double dragon stacking. Should also cleansing there as we come back to live. Clement, you know, CFO are going to have to start looking at contesting some of these dragons. And with how this game's going with the side laners, with the comfortable position Frank Esports are now in, I want to talk to you a little bit about progressing into this mid game and how CFO can speed things up despite the objective disadvantage.
Yeah, I think the game has changed to the point right now where I don't think Gemini should be the one starting engages anymore. He needs to stay back and actually just bump out Holo or bump out Pretender in some of these fights. These two members, they got 2 kills and the 2 assists. They're already at the point where if they get on Aphelios, Aphelios is just dead. Like, there's nothing he can really do about it. So I feel Gemini needs to play a little bit more defensive, and you need to see a little bit more action coming in from the Talia instead.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall have been here and there from Mission, and speaking of which, Magical Journey is going to set this one up. Tempered Fate just dodged away. Thanks so much, YSKM. Playing so tricky with the fingers, and this is kind of what we expect out of the new top laner. Demanding attention here, Clement. 3 members now, almost 4, coming down to deal with him, but he's got Grand Challenge. He's got Flash almost available against the wall. Won't be able to stop this one into the air. YSKM avoiding it for now. Grand Challenge. Rest flashing away under turret. He won't take the aggro as Koala now as well.
Back in.
He lives on. Mini the Shy indeed.
Oh boy, going for this Fiora is incredibly dangerous right here. They're not able to burst her through the riposte, and in the meantime, Frank Esports now working on the mid lane.
Although you wanted to see it as Seismic Shove's dodged away from, zones off as YSKM. He just got so low, but as he comes down to the bottom lane, CFO haven't backed off. He flashes it into rest under turret. Almost. One more hit would have done it, as CFO committed the TP as well. 4 members sit in front of this turret, and that is going to cost Frank Esports big, no matter how flashy.
Yeah, you do have alternating vitals right there, so Rest played it super calm and collected there. Turns around, knows when he has to keep on running to keep the tower aggro to do the job right there. And if we look at the trade overall, I actually feel like it was okay for Frank Esports though. Even though CFO do get the flashy kill on the bottom side, we have to remember Frank Esports just took a Herald, they just took top lane tower, and all that gold was going on to Pretender.
Pretender, who has had more of a quiet game, but his Silas against J-Team absolutely pummeled in the mid to late game. Frank Esports, if you're just tuning in, have come off a win against, you know, one of the top teams in the league. And although right now it's not 100%, depending on if Jewish team win later, this win, if they combine it against CFO, means that they could be locked in for playoffs today here as Eminem is poured out, but the Tempered Fate is used while they're not nearby. The arrow in return. Koala takes a huge chunk as Rest comes in, but he doesn't have a Mega Nava. And Pretender, this is what we talked about with Silas, Clement, he can use it anytime he wants. The threat there from Frank Esports is a minute until Dragon. They now have to set up.
So that was CFO trying to catch out people. They had a 5-man versus a 4-man, but I think it was actually pretty scuffed from the side of CFO. They get the Tempered Fate, but it's across a wall onto an Ashe that's actually just building support. So I don't think they could have gone on to that one. And Frank Esports are feeling very confident about this play afterwards. They got a lot of farm time on the top side, and they know that the engage is not there, so they're just able to walk in and take this tower.
This is a new one for me though, Clement. You're right, there is a Fiendish Codex on an 80 carry Ashe. So, yeah, I guess why not for Eminem? He's like, I know what my role is this game, send out the arrows willy-nilly. As the arrows have been hitting, to be fair, I think his Ashe has been on point.
Absolutely, he knows his role. It's just a hawk shot, people. It's just to make those fighters close in onto their targets. But Rest has been incredibly fast.
I mean, no one else is here. There's going to be the Grand Challenge issued. Rest got to play with the vitals nicely here, but he's now exposed forward. One more. He's going to go to Meganar in time.
Tower shot?
In time. Yes, it is. Rest plays with it, dances in his face. YSKM might be the newbie, the hot shot, but Rest never gives in as Frank Esports without their top lane, and now the Tempered Fate gonna get the support. CFO in a great position, but Pretender's ulti against the wall is cleansed out, and immediately Kerry saving the day, but a good W from the Talia. Well, shouldn't kite it back, Koala getting low as well. Polo stepping up to the plate, and just need the reset here. Dragons live, no one dies in this 4v5, but, or excuse me, 4v4, but it gets close.
Yeah, it definitely does. And right now, Frank Esports will consider that a win. They have a lot more natural sustain on their opposition, and they have the vision advantage. So after that skirmish, CFO are the ones that need to back out here. I will say, though, the top solo was just so cool. I hope we get to see it again. This is the reason why I felt like CFO are the hardest matchup for Frank Esports. YSKM has not been able to get a lead over Rest. Rest comes in, he gets the double jump. It looks pretty bad for a moment, and he goes below 100 HP. But you know what? He baits out the W, gets him to go behind, and then shoves him into tower. That was such a smart move going into the play. He calculated exactly what YSKM was going to do.
As you said, this is why Rest is, one of the best solo laners in the league. Why Rest has got so much respect. And when PCS gets 2 seeds, I know a lot of people out there are expecting, well, it's probably going to be PSG for one of them. CDBC and Flying Oyster are looking like the best PCS team at the moment in this regular season. And I can't say with more confidence that right now, with this form, despite the early game being countered well by Frank Esports, they are in control in this game, Clement, and we are once again seeing CFO slowly whittle out advantages as we move solidly into the mid-game.
Yeah, it's a super interesting game. Actually, CFO and their main engage.
Fucking shove. Carry's going to get knocked back. Grabbing him as well. He can't move. Nice pick from CFO as Hollow tries to react, but there's 4 members here with Nar off to the wing. Pretender can't respond, and hey, if you wanted an early game to really build up, CFO have heard you loud and clear.
What an interesting way to play from Koala. He's actually just throwing out these Temper Fates whenever he has the chance and seeing if he can get a lucky pick here and there. I feel like this is actually a pretty smart way to play against Frank Esports that is clearly still trying to play more of a 1-3-1 game. You can see in these couple of fights, they're the ones sort of playing more defensive around the mid lane and waiting until their soul lanes to come in. And Koala has just been relentless. He just throws out the Temper Fate whenever the cooldown is off and see if he can get a pick off. There's really no cost because the enemy aren't in position to actually fight back if you're grouped.
I feel like both supports have been playing really well, this game. Some good Bard ultis, some good Tahm Kench ultis as well. I want to point out while we're talking about the bottom lane, second item now built here for M&M. Leandri's picked up as well, Clement, so going to have a lot of value against people like Gemini, Rest, and, well, hell, even Koala with the health he's building. So feels like right now, M&M, again, knows his role, going to get himself a bit of CDR, and as well a huge mana pool that's never going to deplete.
Yeah, this is pretty much the I'm going to stay as far away as possible, and all you're going to see from me is just the W sort of build. He's not even looking for the auto attacks with this one. He's just trying to stay back, W as much as possible, and keep everyone in place for Silas and YSKM to chase people down. Now we are getting slightly later into the game. I feel like we're coming close to the point where maybe YSKM can start to get a little bit out of Rest here. He does have the big sustain item in line. That one's huge. You have the Hydra, or the Ravenous Hydra right here. That will give a lot of cooldown.
Oh, two-man Tempered Fate. Now the arrow comes through at the right time, means Gemini can't get in, but Kerry's still against the wall. Seismic shot back while one angle is Pretender, the other a TP. Follow tries to flash on him, but as YSKM comes through, that grand challenge is going to be everything. He dodges the Poppy ult. This Fiora just needs to reset into the back line. He doesn't get it. Mission survives, so does Shun. Frank Esports with the trade onto Koala in the meantime, but Rest is trying to come in to make that Mega Gnar play. Frank Esports off on the wing, still kiting back. It's a 1-for-1, but it's that big top laner for only a support.
Oh, that was such a tense moment right there. Once again, CFO go in because they know that Fiora is on the other side of the map, but Gemini able to outplay the waiting game. Breaker still coming in though.
Oh, Rest though, Rest with a two-man ulti, just deletes. So does the Seismic shove. One blow up, 2 carries, and Frank Esports are dismissed. Hollow with his flash away admits defeat as CFO move to a 5k gold lead and back to this Baron, which is gonna make the game so hard for Frank.
Russ is just making everything look so damn easy right here. Frank Esports, they walk down the ramp and instantly Rest goes in for the two-man shove. They keep, I believe that was full 5 Barons on their team, all alive at that point. Yeah, all 5 Barons. So we're going to watch this again. The same concept here. They know it's a 4-1 comp, so CFO goes super aggressive in. And I think the most critical part of this play is Gemini actually holding on to his Keeper's Verdict past the point where the riposte comes out. That was really dicey because if the riposte was well timed, that was going to be a 3-man stun. Gemini actually waits until the riposte is over, and then as you see YSCam goes in, doesn't get the crowd control, doesn't get the stun down. Of course, Koala overplays his hand just a little bit right there, but doesn't matter as Rest cleans up in the end.
And as we come back, I mean, CFO now in the nick of time, as Arrow is going to come through, but the AoE is not enough. Deny that Dragon Soul. So for CFO, I mean, Frank Esports were the ones heading that up, but the game will continue going on. And it is only a Cloud Soul here, Clement, so it feels like right now for Frank, there's not much that's holding them into a comfortable position. As I know you talked about the late game, but we are in such a big power trough with Rest having 3 items now, with even Mission, who has been bursting out people, so close to getting the Void Staff himself.
The problem right now with Frank Esports is they barely have people that can survive. Let's see if Rest can get away, though.
Well, he's not taking much damage. Those 3 items, the Heartbreaker's out defensively. Pretender steals the Nara ulti, but Rest is an absolute unit. It was YSCam versus Rest in the highlight matchup, and, you know, Rest, even in the match that he took that didn't look advantageous, has just been looking so good this game. He draws everyone down bot, Clement Chu, and CFO are using their utility towards mid.
Yeah, they have found a potential catcher.
Oh no, Keeper's Verdict is not going to come through. At the very least, Kerry saves his AD carry. The arrow comes in, but is a whiff. As CFO just back off slightly, ready to fight another day.
We have to see Pretender if he can find an engage right here. They have to go in on one of these lanes.
Everfrost doesn't connect though. Rest still looking for that hop as he's about to go into the Mega now. The Grand Challenge comes in, but it won't be enough healing because Rest can deny it. The Poppy Mega Hammer away. Gemini in the nick of time. CDBC flying oyster. We said it before. Right now, the PCS's best team. I hell think it's CFO for sure.
9,000 gold lead for CFO, and Rest somehow is able to kite back 3 members right there. Keep himself alive. Great use of the Randuins, and that's just going to close out the game. The solo laners that we were so hyped about for Frank Esports are not here anymore.
Rest and Mission came up clutch, especially that top lane now. Gemini as well. What's new here for CDBC Flying Oyster? Their win streak looking to extend here is the final base defense, but attempted base to 3-man as Gemini flashes, gets a stun into the wall. The Heartbreaker out for Hollow, but he's getting burnt down. The Nexus now exposed. They don't need the kills. They just need the win. They'll move to 10 wins right under PSG and keep that 6-win streak going.
I gotta say, this game was a perfect showcase of why Rest is still on top of the league in terms of top laners. His trading timings and his survivability were just so incredibly good. I thought when he lost the Flash and when Poppy's entire jungle route was spotted out, that Rest was going to have a terrible game. There was all the ingredients there for a wave bounce back into a constant gank scenario, but he outplayed that. He was able to shove the wave out a little bit, keep it in front of his tower where he was able to farm safely, and then the big play came at Herald, where he found a big trade with a wave pushing in. YSCam could not trade back in that situation, and then they chain it into a Herald slam onto the top lane, and then another tower into the bot side. Beautiful play from Rest.
Even though YSCam got that trade kill right, that first blood with Koala overstepping, and we're like, okay, it's close. There's triple dragon sacking for Frank Esports. You know what's even bigger, Clement? That 1v1 solo kill in the top side with the inner turret that YSCam was looking for, where Rest ults him back into the turret. I mean, that felt like that made all the difference in the world, and Rest on this Gnar doing what I feel like a lot of Gnars couldn't do against the Fiora, which is win out in the side lanes when, you know, YSCam was in such a good position.
He definitely was, and this is a matchup where you do expect the Fiora to actually come out ahead sometimes later in the game. You know, Fiora has a lot more innate sustain compared to the Gnar, and her riposte, even if it doesn't block out a crowd control, you slow the Gnar attack speed by 50%. And Gnar is basically reliant on those hyper stacks to deal damage. So it's a matchup that does favor Fiora in the late game. Rest just played it so damn well. I feel like the bait into the tower, the idea to like use the wall up and then save the ultimate where it's an instant crowd control was so incredibly smart. He read YSCam like a book, punished the youngster, and just showed why he's still the king of top lane.
And we've got, you know, another reason to believe in CDBC Flying Oyster, further than the reasons have already been giving us. 6-win streak here, Clement. They're moved up to 10 wins. They are in line with PSG Talon. All that separates them is that one loss extra that they've received. But the CDBC Flying Oyster, mission's been great as well. Like, that Talia was so clean. I'm not sure if it was a killless game in the end, but holding up the assists, Gemini on Poppy too. That combination works so well, and that's what we know about, you know, Flying Oyster, is that they are this team with the strongest solo laners, or if not at least top 2 in the league. And Gemini has been facilitating it so well.
I think it was pretty interesting in the mid game where we actually didn't see much of their the 4-man gang squad actually succeed. A lot of times Frank Esports were actually able to just walk away from it. But the thing that kind of surprised me is how much of a lead that the Gnar was just able to get. Rest was continuously snowballing. He was never caught on a side lane. He just did not die to the pincer moves that Frank threw onto him. And over time, instead of CFO actually going for these sort of like 4-man catches and bursting someone out, they actually played toward Gnar's lane because he was so far ahead, and they were just able to win through that. So in my view, there were still a lot of things for CFO's composition that did not work out as intended. I don't think they got a successful tower dive, and I felt like most of their mid-game tries with the Talia and Poppy were not actually that successful.
True.
But in Rest, they trust, and Rest carried them to the finish line.
And Koala too, right? I mean, I think the Tempered Fate, you know, once it did start get rolling, was really clean. As we look at MVP, and what can you expect? Rest here, 6 out of something kill. I was going to say it's probably like 10 kills. 8 kills for CDBC Flying Oyster by the end as well. So Rest a big part of it. And once again showing us why this Gnar, his most picked, is still undefeated. 6-0 for a reason.
Oh boy, I just don't know who can stand up to Rest. You know, we have seen Leaky take last week's MVP. We have seen YSKM just stand atop of the solo kill boards with 13 solo kills on his way. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, I still have to say Rest is our most treasured asset in the top lane. His experience and his coordination on when to push with the team is still par none.
You got to hand it to CDBC Flying Oyster with those solo lanes in the mix. Like, right now, putting a real big case over Frank Esports, who we knew were one of the bloodiest teams in the league. However, coming up next, we got more studying to do at the very least. We're going to see if Impunity can kind of break some of their curses, or if Jewish Team are ready to get another win of their own. Right after this break, PCS continues.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time.
dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it.
I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
much close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. The stars to fly, the stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high. I will let it simmer.
Welcome back to the PCS, ladies and gentlemen. For summer, my name is Serex. I'm joined by Mr. Chu. Remember, sponsored by CDBC Bank. Thank you to Riot, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation and full production. Mr. Clement Chu, we just saw CDBC Flying Oyster smashing out Frank Esports in what was a pretty energetic first matchup. But we're going to move forward because Duish Team and Impunity are waiting for their slot. And this is going to be an interesting one. I know you feel a little bit more confident in Duish Team coming in rather than the veterans in Impunity.
Absolutely. I think this matchup is our most improved team in Duish, and then our least expected failure coming in on the side of Impunity. So to go over on Duish side, let's start with the pros. I feel like their drafting has finally found really interesting spots. They're all about early aggression into snowball compositions, and WSL has been the biggest benefactor of this type of play. You know, in the first 3 weeks, we were kind of wondering, where did this guy come from? What is he doing here? But in week 4, he actually averaged the best jungle stats we've seen out of any player, and he had a game on Elise where he did not die. So I think he's kind of leading the transition on the other side.
And it's kind of crazy because speaking of the other side, right, as we look at Impunity Esports, meanwhile, they're on a 6-loss streak. So Impunity have really been letting down the side. And Clement, I know you have a fun stat when this team was, you know, a bunch of rookies before, a bunch of Singaporeans. We've now got veterans on the roster, but things are looking worse.
And yeah, we have to say Impunity so far has been a bit of a letdown because in spring, they were a 6-win team. Right now, they've got 3 wins on the board after importing, you know, multiple Taiwanese veterans, getting double Korean imports, and now even adding Refrain, who was from that championship FPX team, into the fray. Things have got to look up, or I'm not really sure where they're going.
Well, I mean, look, with the team like Duish Team getting better and better, they're one step away from taking the spot against Impunity. If they find this win today, Impunity will be tied with them, and that's kind of the thing this split is that MetaFalcon Team, Impunity are so far away from the rest of the bubble that those bottom 4 positions can be slotted in with our final couple of weeks of the PCS. So no one's safe here as Duish Team. We get a closer look, and as you said, very well improved. WSL, someone you and I were criticizing in the first couple of weeks. And it's great to see that development because I think there is a lot of potential on this team when you consider that we haven't seen some pretty big plays from even people like Xiao Tu in the past. Lakunai in the top side as well has also had some pretty great games.
I think they finally understood that they need to go all in. This bot lane, when Bang2 was playing a lot of the Ezreals, they lost lane too consistently, and a big change in them picking up their wins. They actually got 2 wins on the Samira, and were willing to go for, I believe, the Draven as well. So this is an interesting bot lane that's playing against the grain. You know, there's a lot of the Thelios first pickers, there's a lot of Kallistas, and Bang2 just says, I don't care. I'm going to smack you around with these super early game snowball AD carries. I'm going to play with the tempo setter of WSL, and we're going to ride on that wave.
It's so funny that LZ, this is his debut split in the bottom lane. You know, in competitive as well, right? LZ came through, had a pretty good starting game with Nature, but they've been a little bit back and forth on who they want to put in. Like, we've had Husky come through. ICU is no longer on the roster, but started off the split. Annex was down in the bottom lane. Nature as well has been subbed out by people like Winnie. Houston's in today, Clement. So many moving parts. While we know for Duish Team, talking on that development, it has been the same 5 members that they've committed to. That's why it's looking quite promising here with someone like Bang2 on your screen. as you said, there's been really interesting picks. Samira's been looked at, Zaya, Tristana, hell, even the Ashe has also come out too. So I feel like for these bottom lanes, we'll be looking a little bit closer, especially on the Jewish team side, to see how it influences here. Close matchup in our 8th versus 9th, as we roll into pick ban again, Clement, and it's already a different pick and ban phases. This time we're focused on that Poppy to kick things off.
So in the most part, I think Impunity's best player is Jackpot. We have seen him do great things on the Jacks, but he is playing on blue side, so that might be a little bit more difficult. I think Impunity generally does try to play for something a little bit more 4-1 or rundown. I think that's the two main compositions they go for. With Husky in, remember this is a melee mid specialist, so I do expect Impunity to go for more something like the Swains, go for the Yones, and just try to rush at you.
Yeah, I mean, especially, with Husky on the roster who's played it before, I like that you bring that up. The Yones one, maybe I'm going to be looking closer at, but I even think this Yuumi first pick is so different from what we could expect for the rest of the day. Hell, even from any other team in the league. Clement, things like Zeri we talked about being nerfed but still looked at. I wonder what Jewish team do to take away the possibility of partnering up this Yuumi pick.
I gotta say, I love the Yuumi. This is a champion where I feel like a lot of the communication mistakes that happen between Yushin and LZ are less likely to be there. You don't really need to communicate when the cat is on you most of the time. And it also fits into kind of the rushdown competition we've been talking about. Probably the first time we're going to see Sivir this split coming in. Impunity, they love to run these compositions where we saw things like the Yone, the Rakan, and just the Sejuani to push distance right here, just rush at people. It's a composition that does not require a lot of communication, which has been a big part of Impunity's problem.
And remember that now that we're on 12-13, I mean, this is new Sivir. Ultimate gives resets, and that cooldown reduction is insane. Also as well, Clement, late game nightmare even more so. We can talk more about it in game, but at the very least, it's the bottom lane that LPL bottom laners are looking at as top tier at the moment. And even this Gwen, for someone like Jackpot, who was piloted a couple of times, has just been buffed with that ulti too.
Yeah, this is a really beautiful composition, and I think it forces Jewish team into unfamiliar territory here. If you look at these champions, it doesn't really feel like a Jewish draft so far. The Azir, the Zeri, all of these are later game champions, and then you have the Alistar coming out from Enhao that plays a little bit more defensively. So I feel like Jewish team, we don't see the usual Jewish flavor, the usual recipe for success that they've had so far in their 2 wins.
I mean, the Jewish team that wants to play around with drafts, it seems it's going to be, like Alistar's come out before from Enhao, but, the Zeri is a first-time pick here for Bang 2. Remembering we talked about at the start, it was a pick that didn't really find its way through draft, or if it did, it was always that first pick on blue side. Times have definitely changed here as we go into the second phase, and Clement, we do not have a top laner for Jewish team. We don't have a mid laner as well. Solo laners are getting banned out quite heavily by both sides.
Honestly, Jewish team, this looks like a PSG draft to me. You got the Azir for Gory, and you got Unified Zeri. Usually, the way PSG would draft this sort of a composition is you just get an early safe game jungle, something like the Xin Zhao, and then you throw a big tank into the top lane. You've got enough damage. You don't really need another tank there. As I say that, I would be very...
Oh, Clement! Your turn. It's your turn. This is your champion, dude. This is your day.
All right. I will say something that Kled was an awful champion in the last patch. Absolutely unplayable.
In the last 10 patches or something. Like,
yeah,
man, it's been a while.
He was kind of trashed here. Like, even Doinby kind of just, whatever, forgot about him. But I will say this patch, he's actually got a lot of buffs. The second pullback on the bear trap on a rope, even I have trouble saying that one. They just gave it 60 flat damage on the back end of that. So he has a lot more punch in the back end. And also the violent tendencies cooldown went down to 5 seconds flat in late. So this is no longer a champion that peters out into the late game. I actually think he packs a lot of power, and he's great against these short range AD carries like Sivir. So if you go up against a Sivir, she can use the spell shield to block out the knockback, but she cannot block you from actually just targeting her. So you're guaranteed to just stop right on top of the Sivir, and you almost burst her down instantly.
But hey, I mean, Civ is going to be looking in two different angles because we get a Kiana in jungle, and you were just highlighting that WSL, it was the Elise game that came through. He's played Nidalee in the split as well. Now with the Kiana, Clement, this is no longer a PSG draft, let's be real. It has taken a bit of a right turn.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about how this operates, because there is a lot of ultimates that we're going to have to keep track of.
So Jewish team, they were basically putting up a front. They're saying, oh, you all know this. This is a slow PSG draft. And then they turn on the early lethality builds coming in from Lakunai and a WSL. This is a draft that has a ton of power in the mid game right now because they have almost guaranteed engage. Sivir is not an AD carry you can keep alive in this draft. And you look across the board, all of these champions are going to have difficulties taking down the Kled or even surviving the Kled. There's not a lot of burst damage or hard crowd control on the left side of this draft. So I expect the Kled to be able to remount very easily and get in the fights first as well. So great turn of the draft. I love what we're seeing here. Very unorthodox, but at the end, we still got that Jewish flavor going.
Even from Impunity, though, right, as well. Like, the Sivir Yumi has come into meta, but we're seeing Galio in the mid lane. Clement, that's a lot of all-in, too. I also see quite a bit of scaling to match.
Exactly. I feel like if this goes to the late game, I still favor Impunity's comp a little bit. Let's be honest, at the end, Kled is still a crazy midget in the late game, so I still feel like Gwen's a lot better as a champion.
Yeah.
And Impunity also has that Galio that does provide that sort of anti-crowd control in. So I do like Impunity's composition, but usually when we see these type of comps, it's really about who can find the better angles for these engages. Overall, though, I would say because of the AD builds, Jewish team is expected to be a little bit stronger around the first Herald and the first couple of Drakes.
Well, for Jewish team, that early game then, we're going to see how it kicks off, because if they win this game, then it means that teams like J-Team don't get to sit there and lock in playoffs. It means that other teams who hit 8, if possible, today won't have that opportunity in front of them. Jewish team keeps it competitive. They make it so teams have to work for it, but Impunity can be the friend to that top teams in the bubble. If they win, then J-Team are locked in, guaranteed, with Jewish team unable to hit 8 wins. So it's a very big day. It's a very big start to week number 5, the penultimate week of the PCSs. We get an invade and a backstopped on WSL, who on this Kiana, now going to start the clear off a little bit low.
It doesn't look like they will full commit into the late jungle invade, though. The 3v3, not something that they can reliably win here, but they do take a lot of time out of WSL's pathing here, and I'm not sure WSL saw that ward in his own red buff. This switcheroo, I guess it's fine. He does start in on time, but he does have to walk a lot of distance for it. Kled early on, he has a really strong level 1, but he typically does need to wait until level 3, kind of for the trades, and later on, not all that powerful, I would say. So I really want to see how they use this Kled. I think it's mainly sort of a team fight. A team fight pick coming in for Jewish team. I'm really looking at sort of getting kills down into the mid lane.
As you said, getting things sped up in these first couple of objectives too. We're just looking at laning phase and LZ and Use, and have the shove here on this Yumi Sivir. It's a lane that Clement, obviously PCS fans haven't heard too much about, but we have come into this new meta, and Sivir Yumi right now, by LPL bottom lane standards, is just such a big deal.
Yeah, we have to talk about the Sivir buffs right here. I think the biggest thing off the bat is the fact that you can actually double your damage on her boomerang by building quick.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the biggest change right there. It gives her a lot of laning power. And second of all, the ricochet actually can bounce onto the same target twice now. Before we go even deeper, though, we have to see if this Sivir can survive this surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question, right? The spell shield, is it there? No, but standing in place, holding onto the summoners apart from Ghost, trying to turn it around. Even the damage there, Clement, was significant enough, and it's a good gank time from WSL, but with only the Ghost, LZ will be happy enough to return.
Oh, yeah, I'm always a little bit sad when we see Kleds miss all the CS with that paragraph on the wrap. I still think this is not a particularly easy lane to play into. Your trade windows are sometimes quite predictable here, and you can tell Jackpot knows what's happening in this matchup. Lakune, trying to remount right here. He does have the violent tendencies, so, you know, it's an easy thing for Jackpot to just walk away from.
Yeah, I mean, Jackpot on this Gwen as well. Hasn't picked up a win yet, but it's still one of his most favored champions. We already talked about the Gwen buffs too as well with that ult in the late game. But we'll be looking a little bit closer as the lane as Lakunai is getting close to remounting, but still in a dangerous territory while Alex gets control for Impunity in the top side with the Scuttle. Double Scuttle actually here for this Wukong, while WSL, we saw Clement, his time was invested in the gank, but it does mean that Alex is going to have a much better early game here with a couple of camps to go on top of that too.
Yeah, very weak gank into the bot lane. Didn't get any... actually did get one summoner from LZ as we do have the Ghost down. Another thing I do want to pay attention to is this Galio still going for the Predator. We know that the Predator was nerfed quite heavily on 12.12. You lose a lot of initial movement speed and a bit of damage here on it. So you can tell that Impunity are actually still thinking about fighting early game with early game right here. I don't think that they're going to shy away from a lot of these early plays that I kind of expect to go the way of Jewish team. We'll see how that one plays out, but this Predator does tell me that they are willing to fight fire with fire. He didn't take something that is much more beneficial into the late game, like the Aftershock.
I mean, how clumped up is it going to be, though, if we get these early fights? Galio ulti, Wukong ulti, Kled ults in, you know, Azir's got his wall at close range, WSL with a supreme display of talent. Like, everything is in a very small space, and it's not like the big ranged members are going to be relevant in these first couple of fights either, right?
Yeah, I think earlier on, it's just going to be about who can get to the position first. And I still do give a little bit of a lead over to Jewish team's combo. I feel like their combo is easier to execute. You know, you just press the Kled ultimate, you run at people, and then Kiana comes in from the side. While in Impunity's end, I feel like Gwen is fairly weak early on, and then you have to coordinate on how this Galio can actually enter the fight. You know, Galio typically actually kind of easy to kill earlier on. You know? First item, not that big of a problem coming into it. So I do think if I'm Jewish team, I do want to get into the fights a little bit early, and you can see they already have the Drake completely lined up here. I don't think that Kled is going to find a lot of advantages against the Gwen, so going bot lane is probably the call.
I mean, you can already see, look at Jackpot trying to get him into a small skull here as Lakunai is not 6 yet. Jackpot is, and with an Ignite available, that's the danger. And while we're speaking of Dragon, I mean, WSL's going to try and match this invade from Alex as the camp gets smited a bit early. Alex still gets out with a big chicken. WSL trading off for the rest, but that's still a level 5 Wukong. WSL's, he tries to take the ward. Alex is just forcing him off for the time being, so neutral's not looked at for now. Instead, it is just still massive clearing going on from both jungles.
Yeah, and we have a very decided lead for Alex right here. He should be hitting level 6 first, and that could be the opportunity that Impunity tries to find an objective fight with. On the other hand, we do have WSL coming in with the assassin items. I'm very curious on which one he is going to get on 12.13. You do get 5% extra movement speed. Not 5%, 5 extra movement speed, excuse me, on the mythic bonuses right there. So I think the builds are a little bit more viable. The last time we saw Kongre go into this Kiana, it was the Eclipse build still. Not the Prowlers for maximum damage, just the Eclipse to get a little bit more position.
I feel like we've seen so many builds. At one point as well, pre-season or pre-summer split, a lot of Kianas are building the Gordring. We had this small window where Assassins felt weak that they were building these kind of juggernaut items. I'm glad we're away from that. It's more fun seeing a Kiana with lethality, as at this point, a bit of a comparison here. Top side, the biggest opportunity right now is Jackpot is up 20 CS, almost 5 gold. Yeah, you pointed out this Kled not having real easy time in the lane, and we haven't seen him get outside of it yet. 8 minutes in, you know, we're still waiting for those ults to come across. Jackpot's going to keep that lane going for his sport at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Kled right here, is that your trade windows are very predictable. So I think at a certain level, he's quite hard to play in the top lane. Mid lane's different. I think mid lane Kled works a lot better because you typically just outstat someone. And I think that, you know, this is kind of expected of top lane Kled, so this is why that you have to make use of this champion earlier on, try to get it to snowball, or else he does look rather weak just riding through a normal laning phase.
You know, one of those champions that we see in metas where we get a lot of mobility, right? Like Galio, Leia, feels like he's a champion that, you know, can utilize on that. And still game, but as we see the Herald starting up, 8 minutes 50 here. A little bit impunity, the ones to kick it off, but the Kunai has the charge available. And look at the numbers that the Galio, the Jewish team are in first and getting the stun up, but it might not matter for the response. The Kunai is getting low here. No amount of abilities, Ignite doesn't take him over. Herald goes down and impunity with the counterpunch. First blood.
Huge play with the Yuumi right there, able to get into the fight and make it still a 4v4. We thought at the start of that fight, Jewish team had the numbers advantage, but we forgot about the cat on the book, flying into the team fight midway right there. Let's watch that again, where the Yuumi is. Oh, he was already starting on Alex. So at the start of it, 4v3, but Galio comes in, gets the protection down, unable to burst anyone from the side of Jewish team right here, and they don't really get a good angle on the wall knock either. So
yeah,
I feel like it was a little bit scattered, and you know, Galio just kind of dampened their efforts.
And I feel like you know, we talked a little bit about the response, but it's great when Jewish team want to get ahead early, and it's great when, you know, for impunity, we talked about how much this matches in the standing of J team. With that first blood as well, Clement, even though it goes to Houston, the goal lead is going to be significant enough to look at what happens because of it, because the top lane is all rushing down on the There's a Herald there about options for this neutral, because it feels like every other lane is more or less even here in Jewish team's favor.
Yeah, in terms of the situation, I feel like Jewish team, you know, they still have those late game options to kind of think about. The Azir and the Zeri are definitely there. But if you go to that late point stage, Kled just, you know, he's kind of like half a champion. I think he's like 70% of a champion when it comes to the hyper late game, even with the 12.13 buffs coming in. So, like, for Jewish team, yeah, if their early game fails, they do have comeback mechanics, but I think their overall potential does drop down below that of impunity. So for impunity right now, I feel like it's fairly straightforward what they want to do. They can just easily run down the top and then just swoop across the map, have that Gwen start to pressure elsewhere. You know, Gwen could even show up in mid lane and have Galio start to roam just with the heroic entrance, and that would be a lot of headaches for Jewish team.
And you think about the position Alex is in as well. I mean, this Wukong can make a lot happen. Is down in the bottom lane. Grand display of talent again. LZ burning and he's dead. Now Houston with no one to mount on top. He's going to be under turret, but he is a quick combo away from dying. And how here, and no flash available. Pulverized to a guaranteed kill. WSana is smacking down. Meanwhile, the response play from Alex, who makes him go into mini Kled. About to remount though, and he does onto Alex. Bear trap on a rope. The outplay so close to Alex, hoping for the red buff, but Lacune survives and makes it a bit longer for impunity to get that trade.
This is definitely a massive win for the side of Jewish team right here. Top lane tower, honestly, impunity should have been able to get that just with the raw Herald drop anyway. But in the meantime, they're able to waste time from the jungler. They're able to get a double kill on the bot and also shut down this Sivir, which has a monster late game, as we talked about in the 12.13 patch changes here. So I think a huge find for Jewish team. Definitely a favorable trade for them.
But in the top side, Lacune saves himself. We have to look at what it costs Clement, because Herald gets first turret for blood. I believe in the end, impunity are up by about 1,000 gold, 500, excuse me. So that Lacune gets forced out where he's 40 CS down at the moment on this jam. But the Gwen is in such a firm position.
I will say he used to be an initiation bot, and he's still now an initiation bot. So honestly, not much lost for Jewish team. A lot gained on the other side of the map, as we do have Zeri coming in with the completed first item, Immortal Shield Bow. As we all know, those sustained mythic items make those fights so difficult for the enemy team. They have to burst you down, or else you can just heal right up. So I feel like Duish team, you know, even with how bad the top lane has gone, are finding themselves in a very strong position in the next couple of objective fights.
You even look at Bang too, like he's 300 gold over Jackpot. So even despite that, excuse me, massive CS lead, it's the plating we saw in the bottom of the turret as the trade as Xiao2 comes deep into the bottom lane. There's the needlework. Clement, are you ready? Doesn't hit, but Xiao2 lucky to be alive. Now response from Duish team is supreme display of talent. Is going to display something to Jackpot here. At melee range, the ult comes through. He's stunned up, and WSL's early damage is insane. 3-0, the improvement you stated, well and truly there for us to see.
Oh boy, WSL, I don't know what this guy did. At the middle of the split, it was week 3 and then week 4, and he feels like a completely different player. They're feeding him something. I don't know what it is, but I think he's definitely my most improved player of the entire split.
Dude, you and I were criticizing him early on. It was like, we kind of questioned whether this man knew how to pass. It was that desperate, right? They're a bottom tier team, and it was like, as a jungler, does he have the core fundamentals down? And now we're going beyond that with beautiful timings like that, and it's almost 2-item start to this game for them. The Duish team, they reversed the gold lead, put it back in their favor. They've got their first Dragon Clement as well, and with WSL eventually going to be pathing down here, there's like that second Dragon is something with that ultimate almost back up and available that Duish team could be confident in.
Absolutely here, and I do want to see one of these teams try to get a pick here. Both of these teams, very high mobility. If they can find someone, they can chase him down. And as we've mentioned, you do have that reset now on Sivir. So 1 kill is all you need, and you can chase down everyone else. With the zoomies there, with the Q on that Yumi, it's very hard to run away from you once you already have a solid lead into the fight. So I feel like Impunity can try to play this a little bit trickier. They can try to draw out Duish team in different positions and just try to pick one off.
It's impressive though, because for Duish team, not going to this Dragon fight, instead they want to go to Herald trade. It's something we don't really see teams do that much, considering the priority put on these Dragons, even in 12.13. Clement, we're going to get this Herald trade, and it means that they're just going to try and break some of these outer turrets, give like you and I a bit more comfortability and time to roam around.
Yeah, this is, I would say, you know, fairly equal trade. A post 14-minute Herald means no plates to be gained here. Most likely you're going to use it on mid lane to try and crack open the map even further. Maybe they're going to go for that already. Sivir does have a lot of wave clear, but she is outnumbered right here, and I think Duish team should be able to take this.
Yeah, and guess who the gold goes to yet again? It's Bang 2 who shares in the reward. So this Zeri in a very comfortable position too, and you know, we're still seeing it being a top tier pick in this patch. We're still seeing Zeri take over games. And we kind of talked a little bit about this Duish team with the Spike Clement, but we also know that there's strong scaling elements in there too, like the Azir, like the Zeri, that can play around a lot of the disrupt that we talked about with some of the unique picks in this game.
Yeah, I think the way Zeri changes this matchup is the divers on Impunity really have to go for this champion. They can't let Zeri just sit in the back along with the Azir just pelting at them. So, you know, playing front to back for Impunity, not really an option in most of these team fights still. They do need to go for backline trades in this situation. Use that Yumi to try to knock someone down. That's how I see the fights having to go for Impunity. But they also have other avenues to play through. I think this Gwen is still absolutely massive coming in to the top side. They can try to draw people out with the 4-1 and then collapse and catch people on. So for Duish team, I still think they should stick relatively close together. You don't want to get caught out by your lonesome. And then you just try to play for hard objectives. That's probably what's going to happen in this game. I don't expect Duish team to give a lot of opportunities.
I mean, look as well, playing with each other seems like what they're already doing, but playing with the Kiana as well. I mean, WSL has an Eclipse, and so that is one-shot territory this early on as well. Even against people like Husky, so much burst damage. The first, second item picked up in the game, and you can even see WSL is just waiting, looking to expose one of these lanes.
It's really about the angles of this fight, but I think Duish team should understand that even though they have a rushing comp, they don't need to rush in first. They have the much more valuable backline at this point in the game. So I feel like they can use most of their semi, engage tools as sort of counter engage. They can actually play for taking over vision and taking over positioning rather than what they did in the first Herald, which is just charge.
I think the Emperor's Divide helps with that too, right? Like there's a lot of those tools, as you said, the utility that diversifies how they play the comp is kind of fun. That's why this draft looks so fun, as we're kind of waiting to see who pulls the trigger first at the very least. But both teams playing it safe around this next Dragon timer, which is going to be up in about a minute 50, minute 45. We got Baron coming up in a minute 10 too. And Duish team are controlling vision around this objective. And I will say one thing, Clement, at the very least for Duish team, Baron gets done pretty quickly as well. And that's something I feel like they want to threaten, as they're now threatening topside too.
Yeah, we do have to remember that's a Leandri's Anguish being built by Xiao too, so a lot of extra % damage being done here. Husky, I don't think he sees it.
And now he's just Justice punched in, the taunt backwards. Emperor's Divide as Husky goes golden. That means the Supreme Display of Talent does nothing. Good counter here from Impunity, as Enhao is going to be the target. And with that follow-up from Predator and Everfrost being flashed away, Duish team are the ones losing out. Teleport burn, no response elsewhere, apart from Lakunai just pushing down the mid lane.
A good attempt right there coming in from Duish team. Husky able to get out at the very end right there. And we do see a reset here. I do feel like this is a good opportunity for Impunity to actually just clear out the top side. I'm not sure if they're going to fall and engage onto this one. I feel like in order for them to win an engage like this, they need some sort of a flank. They need to get Bang 2 and Azir down.
Now, again, you already talked about it, how you do that, because each and every time Duish team listening to your advice, they group together. Yeah. And it's just been, despite the attempt not working out, it's still been clean enough. Lakunai just sits on the side lane by himself, and as he gets this bottom side push, Clement, I want to look towards this objective because it's going to be Infernal. Number 3 here is the Spawn to Soul. And Duish team are already gearing up for the pick. And look, Lakunai still has the charge. No one's nearby. He's going to use it around the corner. It's just out of range of Jackpot. Still the movement speed. He flashes forward. But he's got his passive on his W. However, that was ambitious to say the least, as WSL took damage too. Teleport's coming in. Lakunai knows the only way out is through. And as Husky starts to run down with Predator, this is going to give up the Dragon. Flash again, not used well. Duish team have just been caught with their pants down.
That was a weirdly ambitious play coming in from Duish team, and a poorly executed one as well. They missed all of their initial crowd control. They did not land the bear trap on a rope on the side of Lakune, even after he flashed for that, and they didn't land the ultimate. Also, they missed the stun coming in from WSL. So all the execution mistakes that could have happened right there did happen. They were duly punished for it. And I'm a little bit disappointed. I feel like Duish team had a very strong grasp in this point in the fight. They had the carries with the better completed items here, and just completely whipped. Didn't try to play to their win conditions.
And look, it was the first time as well where they've been grouped as a two-man and try to make something happen. And, Lakune, right, in this game has been the one that's been bullied. Doesn't really do that much work, considering he doesn't have himself the Titanic yet, which we all know Klebs love.
Yep.
And so we look at the item difference in the top lane. Jackpot just went back and picked up the Shadow Flame. Ooh. So that ulti is going to hurt so much, especially when you consider that this team does have some form of shielding, and more importantly, is going to be shredded immediately with the strength of this Gwen early on, Clement. 2 items for big carries across this team too. So now with the Dragon under their belt, it does feel like they are moving into this mid-game at a very good point where those scaling elements, are in such a comfortable position.
Shadow Flame definitely going to be a great ability against something like Living Battery and Immortal Shield build coming in. So that's Zeri going to have to pick her targets correctly here. And I think we are getting into the point where we can see some Sivir play start to come out. I think Sivir is still incredibly powerful. If she's able to survive the initial burst from Impunity, and you have targets that are bunched up together, like if Bang 2 and Xiao 2 stand too close to each other, they could very easily fall down. Again, I feel like the game is moving towards a more equal state. It's going to be about who can get the better flank angles onto each other. I could see very easily Impunity bursting out the entire backline from Duish team.
I feel like it's you know, it's getting to the point of being inevitable. But as you said, there's always the opportunity for Duish team. WSL has had the better early game. However, with that last play, it feels like it's stifled so much momentum. And Duish team now looking so much more cautious than we saw a bit ago. And it does feel like this is just going to be a pure objective-based game, Clement, with, you know, Duish team still looking for picks amongst River so that they can threaten that quick Baron we kind of touched on a little bit earlier.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Duish team, you know, we talked about the strengths of Sivir, but on the other hand, the Sivir has a really hard time surviving these team fights. There are so many threats she needs to pay attention to, especially the WQ combo coming in from the Alistar. You know, that typically has been a sort of a soft counter to Sivir because the spell shield, it will block out the W and then you get knocked out by the Q. So it doesn't really help you in a lot of those times. I expect a lot of these team fights to hinge on split-second mechanics coming in from LZ to see if he can survive the initial start of the fight coming in from Duish.
I wonder if we'll get some utility pickups here from Houston as Husky takes a bit of poke damage, but WSL is on the path of, I guess, most aggression. Does Duish team still hover around looking for these picks? Minute 45 till Dragon. We're just going to pause and keep waiting because, again, nothing really happening outside of that. And when this matters so much, you can see that Duish team know that this is their best opportunity to start challenging for a playoff spots in the penultimate week of the PCS. And for Impunity as well, right? Let's be real. Like, if they lose this game, they are in dire threats considering that they are on a 6-loss streak. And a lot of the games haven't shown to be, I guess, this close for them, considering this team of veterans has been so sloppy around the edges.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a number of issues hampering them. You know, bot lane communication has been one. The general comps that they've been building, I honestly felt like they've been kind of all over the place, which is to be expected when you're running a 10-man roster. But generally, Jackpot, I don't think he's shown up as strong as I assume Impunity might have hoped. Like, they try to play 4-1 around him, but whether it works or not is... I will say he's had some good individual games, but I don't think he is going to show up as a top 3 combo in the PCS this way. That's the general feel like that.
That's not what we see, but he's engaged. The Jewish team has to burn the flash out of Bang 2, and How is now frontlining. He's still got his own Summoners Heroes entrance as well, brings all 5 members in. Needlework is brutal as Jackpot sends out the final one. Thankfully, like Kunai's passive will save him, but just look at the wave gone and Impunity pulling the trigger with confidence.
This is huge for Impunity because it will set them up for an Infernal Dragon Soul Point here. 11 seconds on the clock. And this is going to be a very difficult one for Duish team to fight. If you look at their carries here, Bang 2, no flash, is going to have to keep a very far distance. And Kled without ultimate right here doesn't do much. I like this idea from Duish team. It's to go to the other side of the map and look for a pick.
I mean, trying to get Alex as he moves up for vision, but as Jackpot hits the Dragon solo, moving them to Soul Point, that Supreme display of talent going to be down for a bit, and it's still a significant cooldown. As WSL wasn't in the last fight, and now without his ulti available, they use their abilities or mobility onto the fake Wukong. Dragon goes down, Impunity hover mid, but look at what Duish team want to do. Force themselves around the Baron. It's quick, Clement. Is it going to be quick enough?
They're missing 3 ultimates onto this one. Impunity are missing even more, but this is so dangerous. Can they get away?
Smite steal, he got it!
Oh no!
He got it, didn't even need the ulti. Jackpot gets the first kill as Huskies in the middle and Duish team are getting obliterated. Over the wall, Alex is now going to cyclone up for the movement speed and Xiao Tu to be knocked up with a Yuumi on top of him. Alex gets a shutdown on top of that. Impunity looking good to shut down their loss streak and denied Duish team from climbing up to their spot.
Ooh, big question marks for me there. Sure, both teams were playing without a lot of ultimate, but Impunity have such good chase down. They had the Yuumi, they had the Sivir right there. I think even if Duish team got the Baron, most of them would not have survived just running away from that situation. So for me, this was an extremely risky play. I think they were banking on the fact that Kunai might be a little bit late. In fact, he was just on time here. And of course, Alex, with the hero steal before the Emperor's Divide, really stop him, gets the Baron, and just look at Duish team members. It's so difficult for them to actually get away from the monkey plus the cat combo.
Yeah, there's so much mobility with Cyclone as well. Like Alex Chase down beautiful and a nice smite steal that gives Impunity this game almost in the bag. A 3k gold lead, but Clement, as we talked about, Gwen is getting towards those dangerous items. Rabadon's comes next, which has been the go-to in 12-13, which will destroy Xiaotu and Bangtu, taking half their health with that second or third needlework.
This is getting to the point where I feel like Duish team are just lacking damage. If you look at the Sivir right now, I actually feel like Sivir would be fine just taking up the entire burst from Duish team. And if she gets a rotation of Q and W down, she's probably done her job. That's enough damage to just wipe the entire team. So, Duo's team are in a holding pattern. The problem is, how are they going to deal with the Infernal Soul going over to Impunity? I think that's the big one where they're going to have to come out of their base.
Well, is the game going to even be going? Because at 29 minutes with the Baron buff, Impunity are doing so much damage to these inhibitor turrets. Duo's team struggling to defend as LZ is the one I'm looking at. Look at the ricochets, Clement. 8 bounces now. It can bounce to the same target again. As we have enough crit where LZ's boomerang blade is also significant. Xiaotu dealing with the top side wave while Impunity's onslaught being slowed down by the wave clear on Duish team, but that Baron still has 30 seconds to go.
Huge opportunity for Impunity to just go in on their opposition, and I think they're about to pull the trigger as the tower drops.
Those two. Jackpot has the needlework. Forward they go. Alex gets the knock up onto the Cune. The final chapter. He goes into mini Scar, but remember, as WSL brings out the supreme display of talent, his ultis have not done enough this game. LZ jumping forward ambitiously. So the hero's entrance executes Xiaotu. Bang 2's got his defense, but which 2's going to be better here? I think Bang 2 with his final defense has got a lot of work to do as the Winds of War hurts, and it might even save the game, but Impunity get a 5,500 Baron power play at 30 minutes in the game off of that.
I gotta hand it to Xiaotu there, a hero play coming in from him, just finishing off LZ before he can do anything, and that stops the push right there. If LZ was alive, game over already. So at least they get one stop here. There's another stop coming up pretty soon. As we talked about, I just think Impunity at this point are just so strong. They're going to engage directly onto Lacuna, who's been behind the entire game. He does absolutely nothing in this situation. We even have a beautiful 3-man Everfrost coming out from the side.
New Sivir, Clement. New Sivir, you got to get used to it. Like, when you remember old Fiddlesticks? When you pressed E? Look at his damage. I mean, 5,200. It feels like old Fiddlesticks with Dark Wind when you're in lane, where it gets onto a champion and you're standing next to your support, and it just bounces a million times. Like, this is new Sivir, and the ricochet is insane at these 3+ items. He's even got a GA now, so he's got so much survivability. And Xiaotu, even if he gets that hero play again, LZ's got a lot of time to play with.
Absolutely. This next fight, I just don't see how it's winnable for Duish team. I feel like they need to risk something, pull the trigger super fast, and just see if they can catch someone out.
Well, it depends on WSL then, doesn't it? Because that supreme display of talent since the early game hasn't been significant, but you know, there's another problem. Jackpot might want to end the game as WSL looks to take him. Charge is going to be used from downtown, but is it enough as Duish team have come all the way out of the base? They're just like, no, you know what? We've got TP to get on back, but as Lacune goes back, the problem is it's going to be a 2v1. Jackpot has the needlework, and new needlework hurts so much. Jackpot takes him down, denies the next TP. Easily done, as Impunity are now J-Team's best friend. They will lock them into playoffs, make 8 the magic number, and end their 6-loss streak.
Congratulations to Impunity. You can see the signs of relief right there from Jackpot. It was so many games. He secured his own starting position for sure earlier on, but he still didn't find a win until today. Great find here from Impunity. I felt like, honestly, this game in the early and mid was fairly close by Duish team. They had a 3-0 lead on WSL, but that huge 2-man throw in front of the third Infernal and just handing over the Baron on a coin flip like that were such weird plays. I don't think they needed to be so hasty when they had the Zeri and the Azir. Sure, they probably still weren't going to win the late game, but it sure was better than straight up throwing, I would say.
Well, it was also the bottom side play as well, wasn't it? Like the bottom side play where they overcommitted in the 2v2, on top of Lacune. Oh, sorry, not Lacune.
Oh, Jackpot, yeah.
Jackpot, thank you very much. Used so much, then the momentum absolutely disrupted by this great early game Kiana, and that was a sign of things to come. I feel where, like, the early game was great from Jewish team, but it didn't come together. I guess some of the growing pains that we've seen throughout the split, where this team hasn't had the same team fighting coordination, like that mid game and late game strength that maybe teams like PSG have, even J team as well. Like, there's a lot of teams that have it, but I don't think we could put Jewish team in that list.
Yeah, just not yet here. Interesting draft coming out here. In the end, I still don't think the Kled really worked out. I feel like Kled still has a very difficult time in lane against a lot of these fighter champions, like the Aurelios, the Jaxes, and stuff like that. They're not great matchups coming in for the Kled. So I still expect, if Kled is going to come back, I actually still expect him somewhere closer to mid lane in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's been pulled out, I think, once this split by Doumbé, but the fact that he's not pulling out more, that says something, right? He'll pull it out in any meta that he can. But, you know, I like the diversity. Yeah, not this one. Not this one. I was going to say, I love the diversity for drafts in this game, right? Like, we saw a little bit of a playthrough from Jewish team where, okay, give WSL some comfort, you know, bring this Kled in as well. We could see the theme was on point. But yeah, a couple of those plays where it's just decision-making that hurt them so much, where from that point, well, Zeri's not in a position to carry. Sivir is. And Clever, like, I just think that the biggest thing is that Gwen got a free lane pretty much the whole time as well with this Kled, where she was already in a scaling position, and then the game got even easier from there, which was a nightmare.
Yeah, we can see 12.13 Gwen and her power spikes here. We are playing on the B patch, so this does mean we are playing with her base HP sort of knocked back. Her early game is a bit weaker than before, as we talked about. But man, her late game numbers are just absolutely ridiculous. You know, they upped her cooldown reduction onto the E, and the W actually gets even more resistances coming in from the AP. You have Needlework dealing more damage. So overall, it's just a more consistent late game threat. And to be honest, Gwen was already a late game monster. So I feel like she's kind of the new Corki in top lane. That's my current like feel about this champion.
Yeah. Oh god. Gold is hard to look at there though, right? Like, I feel like Jewish team, we highlighted them so much in this early game.
Yeah.
About why this team is looking better. But a couple of plays, it's just... And this might be a match that hurts them in the future, right, Clement? Impunity already had a game lead. We're getting towards the end of the split. There's only like 5 games left. And finding Impunity's stopgap here in the loss streak was big. And especially with this guy, Jackpot. A lot of damage, Clement. I feel like there's a lot of other members to highlight. But Gwen, with ulti, is now just a new beast.
Oh, boys. Absolutely disgusting. Just tons of burst damage into your backline. And now that you don't need an auto attack to keep the Needlework second proc and third proc going, it's almost impossible to escape her. There's no conditions for her second and third use of that ultimate. So get used to it, boys and girls, because we are going to see a lot of Gwen flanks from the side that are just completely unavoidable.
You literally just press R, as you said, without anything else. Gwen a monster at the moment, but hey, we got to look at Impunity. Congrats to them. They secure J team, by the way, because now teams outside of the top 8 can only hit. So we got to find out if teams like our Beyond can catch up there as well. They'll be coming up a little bit later, but coming up next, DCG versus Sem9. Sem9 still not out of the split yet. I'm going to see if they can finally pick up yet another win.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, nah. Where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your eighth chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no, I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, wrong, you're amazing. Hey, hey. Nah, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why's my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for summer. My name's Serix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, sponsored by CDBC Bank. Not Clement, not yet, just the PCS. Remember, Riot Games, Carrie Levco, and Garena are responsible for organizing the league operation and the full production here. Now, Clement, we're getting into our penultimate game here tonight. Only 4 as J-Team are unable to play against Meta Falcon team with their game against PSG also being cancelled tomorrow. At the very least, Mr. Chu, DCG are back on the Rift, and Sem9 are still looking for their second win after breaking their long curse earlier in the split.
And I do want to say this match is when theory meets reality, because theoretically, actually we have Sem9 as the better team compared to Deep Cross Gaming. Sem9 beat Dewish Team, and Dewish Team beat DCG, which then beat PCG. So you actually have kind of the circle of life, but not in a positive way going on here.
Circle of life.
We'll see if Sem9 can actually stand up to the theory and show that they're actually the better team in this one.
I mean, it's not the Lion King, but I love how you bring it all together. Perfectly said. Sem9 are obviously the better team. You're exactly right. Forget the fact that DCG are 9-3 in playoffs, 3-win streak, beat PSG, beat J-Team. This is the team. And look, Clement, what we know about Sem9 is that we've had their coach in who's made so many different changes. Like him and Caspiel have been changing between AD support. He's even played mid. Shiadudu is beaten playing AD in parts as well. Like, this is a fun team to watch, especially in drafts. However, rough their split has been for them yet again.
It's sort of to be expected. I think their strengths are just how fun their compositions are. They've been going for a lot of a run-at-you composition. Last time we saw the Wukong plus Vladimir combination coming in. So when you think about rundown comps, I think you have to fit Sivir right in. That's going to be a fun champion to see them pilot. And also the top lane meta with the shift in priorities here, I feel like No Name has a very unique champion pool to go up against Leaky. We have to remember that Darius, and no one has let through the ban phase so far.
True. 58% banned, the most banned pick against Sem9. So the respect there, and especially when Leaky picks up our Week 4 number MVP, we know that for DCG, they've been setting him up for success. And Clement, we'll talk about the Mordekaiser before. He's also got unique picks up there himself. But Leaky has been a more meta player than Sem9, who's already picked out Tryndamere, the Nasus, the Vladimir as well. Even the Kale has popped in for a visit.
And we have to say that Deep Cross Gaming has a very similar sort of strategy to Sem9. They like to play rundown comps as well. We see this mainly coming out of Nesty with his champion pool of Seraphine, with the Talia, and also with the Swain. So I expect a lot of brawls to be happening across the map, and we are going to be taking a look at the top lane. Now, it might look normal for No Name right here, but if you dig a little bit deeper, it's anything but meta. He's played, as you said, the Nasus. Darius is apparently he's a solo queue beast on the champion, and he's also gone for, I believe, the Kale, the Tryndamere, and the Vladimir. So this is definitely my highlight matchup as well, just for the surprise factor.
Well, attaboy, Clement. Remember that Sem9 are the better team. You said it yourself.
Yep.
So maybe No Name's prioritized. 6 solo kills as well for a losing team is also pretty impressive. And let's be real, when we know that Sem9 have struggled in both spring and summer, right now we're just looking for a bit of the momentum off the back that Dewish Team took their, or rather Sem9 got their first win against Dewish Team, I should say. They just took a loss against Impunity. If Sem9 are able to beat DCG in this upset, as it were to be, then they would equalize, have a chance of catching up to teams like Impunity and Meta Falcon team, and maybe, just maybe, we could see Impunity get knocked down by Sem9 and Sem9 get in their first playoffs. You like the dream, Clement? I think it's very worthy.
You gotta have the V5 dream alive, you know? It's the 0-16 until first place next split. So we'll see if that works out for them. A big champion I would like to see prioritized here is the Silas. I feel like Shiadudu, because he's coming over from AD carry, has very, very few champions in this pool. And Silas is a great champion for Nesky as well, talking about that bruiser kind of style. So I think Silas is either going to be first pick or banned coming in into the next two ban picks here.
But remember again, I mean, for DCG, opportunity to ban away that Darius 2 we talked about. Could be in the second phase that they look towards that top laner, but yeah, there's a couple of things that for first pick for Sem9 sit really high in priority in the meta. I like you brought out Silas as a Kindred ban against Arashi instead, which is fun. But for Sem9, a lot of options. Zeri first pick, okay. They are going to run him with a champion that they have never picked because most of the time it's been banned, Clement. But other than that, they are a stranger team when it comes to these bottom lanes.
I gotta say, No Name seems incredibly happy that they actually, you know, they were able to ban Sivir themselves and still get the Zeri on the first pick. Kindred has been a pick that Arashi has gone for a couple of times, but so far I'm just not convinced that it's been a particularly strong champion coming in from him. Again, Kindred can be a very counter jungle or scuttle heavy champion, and Sem9 don't really have the lanes to support that. So I feel like DCG, you know, they kind of whiffed a ban here. Sem9 did not pick up on the Silas, and DCG still end up getting everything they want.
Gnar as well, you know, such a strong blind, and Silas on the same team as it is going to be huge. For Sem9 though, we're looking like we're going back to spring patch, right, or at least a couple of weeks ago on 12-11, where we get the Wukong, we get the Zeri, 2 strong picks back then. Shin has played the Sion before. This has not gone to the top side, but maybe something a little bit more standard with a strong 2v2 and probably the most standard looking draft, I should say, that's come out of Sem9 so far.
Nesty looks like he's completely bored with the drafting so far.
What is this?
Oh my god, is this the previous patch? What's happening right here? I don't want to play this.
Okay.
You will still go on to the Silas, and DCG, I think they're setting up for very strong late game composition. It's kind of a front to back comp being set up here. While Sem9, I would say, have more pick potential across the map. You have that invisibility final chapter coming out, a combination that we love, and also the Zeri chase down over the wall. It's incredibly powerful in those Herald fights. But so far, I would give the late game edge to DCG, just judging from the champions we have so far.
I mean, the setup, the Jinx range, we often talk about her range in the late game quite insane. As we want to see what utilizes the front line, because Clement, DCG have not banned Darius. We've got Gwen, Sejuani off the board, giving this Gnar, I guess, a safer time within the lane, but I'm still curious if No Name wants to take this matchup, because you were telling me a bit before, Gnar can outplay the matchup, and maybe for No Name, it would be a big ask for him to pull out the champion that he's never really gotten his hands on yet.
Yeah, I will say Darius is not a good matchup into Gnar whatsoever. So that's why they're leaving it open. But this is why I'm excited about it, because I knew that Gnar was likely going to get selected here by DCG, but with a player like No Name, you don't know what his counter pick is. You really don't have a good clue of what his champion matchup table is going to look like. You know, he's played the Tryndamere into this as well, so we could see that one coming out, and I think it actually works quite well with a kind of a rundown team with the with the Yumi.
Yeah, with things like Vladimir available as well. Worth mentioning as we look at a Sion once again, really. Are we really going to see it this time up in the top side? Because remember that Ashin
it could go support.
Be the Zeri. Yeah, it could. But Clement, we have a Yumi already. So...
Oh, you're right.
So, I mean, but then again, it could also go to a different player. Because remember, even though they're in these roles, they have often swapped up on the rip. Like, it doesn't matter with a Sem9 draft. It could go to a Shin still, and he might be playing mid, might be playing something else. Are we going to get a Vayne solo lane? Are we really? No Name? Is this going to be top?
Come on.
Oh my god, Vayne. Is this the shot?
Oh, this is a great matchup coming in. I think it's going to be solo Vayne topside, and early on, Vayne can actually punish the Gnar quite hard. Like, you have the extra, Vayne starts at 550 auto attack range, and Gnar starts significantly shorter, so he can only try to get trades with the boomerang, but then you have the Vayne that can just tumble out of the boomerang. Very easy to execute, super strong lane into the top side. I personally hate playing this matchup on the Gnar side myself, so this could get real spicy here.
Well, at the very least, we'll look at where we stand. Let's just pause and wait, because I want to know where everything goes. Remember that Ashin is the one who played the Sion. That's why I'm concerned, Clement. He does have TP, and we have Ghost Flash for the Zeri, but they're smiling, and Vayne mid, but is it going to be mid? Clement, you're up. Good luck with this.
I think Vayne's solo lane makes a lot more sense. Vayne bottom, is very easy to gank and has no wave push potential. So solo lane for me is probably most likely. We have seen it. I will say we have seen it in mid lane, but it's usually against something like Galio. I'm not sure it has the same efficacy against something like the Silas that can gap close against you so easily. So
it can be a pain though. I mean, playing through the minion wave well. I mean, we can talk about it as we see the lanes set up, right? Because we need to know where everyone's going. Is it really going to be a Zeri top? Sem9 decided to throw a spanner into the works once again. A lot of fun Yuumi targets, I'll say, Clement. But I think I'll sit with you when I say, you know, are we scaling with DCG? Maybe I shouldn't just make a judgment. If Sem9 get through an even laning phase, there's still a lot of good scaling. And you have a Scion front line. So what do you think?
I'm not sure what I think, but it's going to be fun either way. Okay, there's a couple of big problems I see with this comp. Number one is their bot lane. It's not easy to farm and survive in this bot lane. This is a purely defensive bottom lane setup with the Scion and the Yuumi. And I think it could be possible that they actually... Could they possibly be swapping this?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Maybe a Shin's going elsewhere. But for now, he is still down towards the bottom side with Caspiel obviously hovering here as a Yuumi. No Name is set up for top lane and trying to throw a spanner in so you get your second win. I mean, respect to Sem9. Share Dudu is sitting mid. So Clement, it is the player role. We are going to get a Zeri top. And now we just have to kind of talk about the lane matchup. You've already talked about mid. I mean, you were just mentioning bot. As you said, that is going to be hard to get through.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing you can do to really trade back in this situation. It's pretty much wait until level 6 and join team fights. So essentially what this means is Sem9 actually need to find some really, really strong wins in their solo lanes or get a big win in their mid-game team fight. If neither of those happens, they're just decidedly behind. It's a high-risk, high-reward type of composition.
You've got double lethal tempo here for the solo lanes too, as well as Woody's going to set up for a dredge line. But a Shin moving up, well, you can just auto as the Nautilus and you start a W and let the poke begin. It's up to Caspiel to get the healing in as we look at these solo lanes. As you said, getting a big win. We can talk a little bit about the Zeri top lane, Clement, because we knew either way it was going to be either the Vayne up here or we thought it was Sion. But I guess with this AD, similarities, as you would say?
Yeah, my biggest question is what type of build is the top lane Zeri going to go into? Because, you know, we have seen Zeri been able to play multiple positions in the past, but that was mainly with the Triforce and Titanic Hydra sort of build. Much more bruisery type of build. I'm not sure you can go for the same crit build in the top lane because you're so burstable by the enemy team here. So I do expect Nona to actually go for, I think the Triforce build might be in the works here coming in for it.
Okay, well, Triforce up for No Name. Means that we're already starting with Longsword as well, so might just give it away. Level 3 hit first by Leaky and already pressuring him a bit off the wave. And for DCG, let's kind of talk about what can go right for them, because when you said laning has to go well for Sem9, well, Woody's already roaming and he wants to hit this mid lane. I mean, Share Dudu, look at where the wave is, Clement.
Yeah, that's another problem with the purely defensive bot lane, that the enemy support can be wherever they want. They can start taking away scuttles, and if you look at this pathing right here, it does look like Hana has his choice of double scuttle if he so chooses to get it down there, and Shedudu can't even walk up. This is why I was a little bit surprised. I feel like Vayne is a lot safer into the top side of the map. You know, you have to respect the fact that she can just chase you down. So you have to be very careful about managing lane states. Not so much in the mid lane. Mid lane, Vayne is, I think, a much weaker champion in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know, you get small burst trades, and for Share Dudu, going up against this Silas, we have to remember what ult he has available as well to punish this Vayne. Look towards the top side. No Name's running in under turret. Leaky stays for quite a while. Gets that auto off as well. But he's about to go into the Mega Gnar. I was talking a little bit, Clement, about what this Vayne can do, but maybe it's just not important because As Arashi's on his own camps, he's going to get spotted out. I just feel like DCG want to pull the trigger so bad with the CC they have and how volatile the lanes are.
Yeah, for sure. This is such a strong crowd control team coming in from DCG. If they start the fight out first, I think they're just going to finish the fight in their terms. For Sem9, I'm already looking past the laning phase, to be absolutely honest. I don't think you're looking at this and going like, double AD carry has done its job. They need a big fight on Herald. They need an absolute wipe to happen at Herald. And if DCG decide to just trade or stay in lane, I'm not sure how Sem9 actually comes back from this situation.
True. Well, as No Name gets straight up in the top side, I want to mention that it's already starting off in a negative effect. Mid with the CS lead, top with the CS lead. Bot is going even, surprisingly enough, for a Shin. Absorbing a lot of that damage with the Yuumi on top of him too. So, not the worst case scenario, but DCG getting objective control with all 3 lanes. Pushing practically at this point. Even spotted out by a ward, but there's no way Arashi's going to that side of the map, so Dragon stacking begins for Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to do this consistently throughout the entire game. The bot lane is just not going to work out. So I think the trigger here is for Sem9 to roam the Scion earlier on, find a big pick, and then snowball it into a Herald. That's the play that we're most likely looking for here. And, you know, if some of these lanes from DCG push too far, that could happen. We do have the TP coming in from the Scion. And, you know, once he hits level 6, he can just leave lane with the Unstoppable Onslaught as well. He doesn't even really need the TP. He can come in with an Ignite to get the ball rolling.
We talked a lot about our Sem9, you know, comps that want to just go forward. The Scion's been picked up a couple of times as well, but not quite like this for a Shin. And again, I gave him credit for surviving the lane so far, for the fact that he's even in CS, but you look at the rest of the map, it's still burning, and as Hana seems to be in a great position to get this scuttle and then start adding pressure on mid, Woody's now syncing up with him as well, Clement, and we're getting close towards this Herald where, for DCG, having all this control means these neutrals look free, and even the camps, like red buffs available, and Arashi might get a nice surprise.
Yeah, there's no way they lose a skirmish in this situation. I feel like if Nesty just comes down here and you have Ashing who's not level 6 yet, it should be easy tanking. Quite easy for the taking on DCG's side. You have to be careful about over the wall though.
Yeah, I shouldn't use this decimating smash, but as red buff resets, wasting a bit of time. Chris Carter now moves in as well, and Arashi now just has to hope for the steal as Hana sets it up again. Mid's not going to be joining anytime soon, and Arashi's like, alright, forget that. Caspiel even leaves a Shin in the lane as red buff will go over, and Woody's just like, dude, I don't need to be in lane either, forget this. It's permanent roaming. It's double jungle for both teams.
And I really feel like DCG are adding insult to injury here by going double cull in their AD and top lane position.
Oh yeah.
They know if this laning phase isn't explosive enough for Sem9, the game's just practically over.
Well, we're going to see a play come through as Nesty and Woody now sync up. Dudu just has to back away. It's because Herald's up. They try to get pushed, but does it matter? Of course not. Meanwhile, top side, No Name is struggling here as this Zeri. And Leaky, who's about to go into Meganar, gets him so damn low that Herald is now spawned. And there's nothing they can do. As Shin's moving up for ulti, Clement, but if they full on 5v5 this, I think it has to be perfect.
Yeah, I think they need a pick to actually start this one out. Or they need DCG to start the Herald first and then come swooping in with the crowd control here. But yeah, this is the problem I said with that how DCG can respond here. DCG can just ignore.
So anticlimactic, just like, oh, well, down goes No Name. Herald in the meantime, but first blood goes over to Chris Carter.
This is really smart from DCG. The snipe was beautiful, and the fact that DCG just play away from Sem9's win condition. They say, we know you need a big lead right now, or you're just out of the game. So we're not even gonna contest you. We're just gonna hit this bot lane tower and equalize on gold.
Dude, Clement, it's 3k gold. 1 kill, like turret plating means so much, and the CS leads are growing. A Shin who moves up, using everything to get priority. And I'm gonna come back to what you said. As you mentioned, as Chris Carter's just hitting plates and like, where is he? Okay, fire away.
beautiful. It goes through towers too, so I think this is actually inexcusable by No Name. He just wasn't paying attention. Definitely staring at the shop there.
For sure. So, I mean, 7-9, impressive draft, but there is a reason we don't see 80 carries in solo lanes at the moment. There is a reason, Clement, we don't see a team that is so volatile with the first portion of its game. I mean, how are you going to use this Herald? That's my question to you. How are you going to use it when all 3 lanes are losing this hard?
I don't know. I feel like they have to abandon bot lane. Bot lane is down to 1 plate. It's not going to be there for long. I believe Jinx has already gone back for her item purchase here. So even with them in lane, they're not going to be able to stop Cascada. So I think the correct play here for them is actually just to roam the bottom side, go somewhere else, and you got to bet on it right now, because if you don't, you're not even going to drop the Herald.
Yeah, and the game's just going to be done before you even get into this mid-game, right? Before you get to the point where maybe you can take some of these fights. As you were saying, items getting picked up. Cascada and Nesty here with their first mythics. I'm looking across the board, but we are a fair way off. Right now, Dudu is the one closest with the Noon Quiver as the Shin starts moving up. But it's second Dragon that's now alive. DCG have so much more gold. And this Scion, still with only a Bami Cinder and Tabi, means that he's not going to be the perfect front line to set up for this contest.
Yeah, I do think that 7-9 can probably pull DCG into an engage if everyone comes into the bottom side, but they're going to have to give up top side too. I think one of the things about this setup so far is that No Name's actually losing quite hard in League. He's already 30 CS down into the top, and that's not considering the fact that there's a call and also plates going over to the Nod. So that's pretty much a done lane at this point, and they don't even get the objective fight on the bottom either, so...
Okay. Yeah. At least Herald, give No Name some gold with the way things are going. But as you mentioned, I mean, DCG are on the bottom side of the map. Ashin very confident when your jungler's top making the play. Woody with the dredge line, well dodged by Ashin. But hey, this turret, as you said, a firm breeze away from dying. And Ashin is going to commit to the defense. Props to this Scion for having the energy. Is he going to die, though?
He should be fine. He should be out of harm's way. Caspiel still has a heal there too, so don't expect him to go down. But this is completely expected of what the lane allocation was going to be like. I'm so surprised that the Vayne didn't try to go somewhere else.
Okay, used to, I guess, clear the minion wave, but it was never going to do that. The Shin, he's dead to the Ignite. No, but he's dead to Cascada. Unleashed and recharge. Hana's going to help out as well. Now it's just onto the turret. And as DCG even make it look a little bit messy. 2-0 start, lightning crash down, but No Name might die to the Nard depending on how Arashi goes. For the Cyclone setup here, it must be perfect. As Leaky still has the flash. It's still a big Nard, but a double knock up. No Name coming in, and they get him in the end. That's great, but 7-9, you've lost bottom lane turret, and gold is still about 4,000. Oh no, are we gonna get it again? Are we gonna get it again?
Come on, let's go.
Same spot. He's walking away. It hits Arashi, and No Name is not going to be the target this time.
So at least they get something on the board, but it's still not enough for No Name to get ahead here. And we do have to talk about the builds at this point. It is going to still be the standard 80 carry build here. Immortal Shield Bolt on the top happening for No Name. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, that was very unfortunate for Ashing. He actually flashed out, got his, and turned back to get his level 8. And yeah, that's when tragedy struck. Cascada just flashes forward, kills him, takes his tower. And now you have a very accelerated Jinx just moving across the map with plenty of towers to take up. It might be able to get another plate in the next 20 seconds here.
True, and just finished Cull as well, by the way. So look at the replay. I mean, the Yuumi ult comes out to try and do the damage, but Yuumi's ult doesn't really do that much damage.
That was a cool move. He definitely should have just walked away from that situation. Yeah, but went back to pick up. Ooh,
Cascada might die. Hang on a minute. Well, the heal gets him out, and Woody helps out. So props to 7-9 as we come back. Ashin without the flashes. I don't think they talked about that one yet again. Another final chapter.
Yeah, that's a huge engage tool as well. So if they know those ultimates are down, DCG can just kind of happily go into lane pushing mode. They have a lane they can shove bot. They have a lane that will be shoving up top as well. So there's no real threat to them at this point.
Yeah. A Shin, at least he's got that, you know, that mentality, Clement. Like, walking through enemy jungle, even though Sem9 are 5,000 gold behind, he's just like, dude, I'm still a San. I'm a massive refrigerator. 4 members up in this top side too. So second Herald will go to Sem9 here. You got to say one thing, at least they're getting these objectives, but DCG still want to contest as Nesty's ready to go in. Still without a hijack. Nesty, whose ulti are you going to steal? It's been pretty quiet so far as Sem9 still looking for the smite as they bring in their 5th member. Woody goes to the engage and stolen by Hana from bad words to share due to his death. The Vayne doing nothing as No Name's up next. Here, the Death Rocket. Chris Carter is bullying this top lane Zeri as the Shin goes down next. And this Jinx is having the time of her life, Clement. And this draft is not working at all.
Yeah, this is a draft with very little front line. They only have a tank if Sion goes in first. Instead, Leaky with a great job, able to find multiple members just at the beginning there. They take down...
Triple turret.
Oh boy, this is so painful to watch.
Clement, you got to give it to Sem9 to pull this out. You know, to try something new. They've got the spirit, but oh god, the turret got the charge. Oh, it's painful to watch at this point as we watch again because you said little front line.
Yep, and Ashing actually uses the stopwatch and Sion finds No Name. The anti-synergy is there, and then Ashing tries to run on top of the Herald only to find that Hana was the one that smited it. Oh boy, this is just one of those scrim games you kind of forget. And you just go back to the drawing board and
you just FF, Clement. You FF. You're like, this is done, guys. You know.
Yeah,
and
this is why people
sleep.
play the EU style. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 50 CS lead top, 40 mid, 30 bot. Jungle's got a lead. There's triple dragon. There's a 10k gold lead at 16 minutes. Like, I guess we'll have to try and see if Sem9 can stall the game out for 25 minutes more. But even then, will Chris Carter be full build? You better believe it. We'll share Dudu and No Name nowhere near, I feel like. That's probably their 3rd item at that point with the way the game's going.
Yeah, this game really reminds me, you know, takes me back to simpler days, Season 2, Season 1. It's the Taric Heart of Gold roam happening from the bottom side. That was, for you OG listeners out there, that was how we used to play the game. It was the NA style. And then we went to IEM and we got clapped by Europe, and then no one ever played it anymore. And at the end of the day, Riot just threw their hands up and said, you know what? This is how the game should be played. They're trying to change that with Nyla, but unfortunately she's not available on this patch.
No, she's not. Thankfully, you know, Clement, she's not available on LPL either, but we're getting close to 12-14, and I'm looking forward to seeing a Nyla who, in the 2v2, no matter what you do, will always hit 2 first. That champion's something else.
So someone did a calculation on how many minions you need fewer to hit level 6 as a duo in the bot lane, and it's 21 minions. You get level 6 21 minions before the opponent. I just feel like that's
3 and a bit waves. What?
Yeah, that's a huge reason why she's kind of semi-broken at this point. It's just like she has too big of a level 6 window.
Do you know? I think someone did the calculation for level 2 as well. You hit it. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 range minions quicker. Might be 1 melee minion, but it's still like, it's super significant.
Yeah.
Where level 2 has been the way bot lane's played for what now, a year, maybe 2 years. Like
for a
hitting
long
level
time,
2
much
and looking for
longer
trade.
than
Yeah, so long. So the significance of it is massive, and especially when in pro play, EXP as a mechanic is good. I don't know. I feel like we're talking about how busted it could be because this game looks over. Engage from Woody, traps are down, and even though it's fake Wukong, if they engage onto Chris Carter, Cyclone's good. This is the all-in that will kill the Jinx, but as everyone else comes in, the Lightning Crush here from No Name, maybe to Sem9. They've found the pieces, but Leaky's still not dead, and Nesty coming in. The problem is, with the stolen Yumi ulti, Nesty set on up. A double kill, a stolen triple. This could have been the Penta. And you know who we have to blame? It's going to be Leaky. That's a quadra kill. And Leaky is an absolute scumbag for stealing the full-on Penta.
I like how Criscata didn't even try to flash that. He's like, yeah, I think my teammates can clean this one up. So,
whatever.
Boy. 13,000 gold lead before 20 minutes. Inhibitor going down. And
it's a record.
Yeah, that has to be some sort of record, for sure. I think this is just a good reminder on like why these risky compositions aren't really played. It's because the enemy can choose not to engage with you early game. They can just swap sides on the map and get the bot lane tower. So we'll watch Sem9. This is actually a terrific attempt coming in from them. They get Criscata the most fed target, huge bounty going down first, but then they just sort of run out of steam here. They're not able to finish off onto the back line, and their main chase down member, No Name, actually died pretty early on. So great target selection there, coming by Nesty, picking off the AD carries first. The rest of them are just easy tanks.
When they get on, you know, if Zion's dead or if they just change targets, Shadudu and No Name die immediately. Like, it's not even close. The damage insane from Nesty, as you see in that last fight. Solo Lane is doing wonders as Criscata, even though as the most fed member, he dies, but yeah, he didn't even burn Flash. He's like, whatever. 3-item Jinx now, by the way, and you look in comparison at these other ADs in the very risk-heavy game played out by Sem9. They're barely onto 2. Clement Baron's now available, 21 minutes in. I will say that the quickest game in PCS split is 21:42, which is PSG Talon beating Sem9, but DCG will not be able to contest it this time around. However, let's see what happens in the next 13 seconds. This is Shin. He's in the choke. He's already dead. Now, everyone else is very squishy, so they back away, and just like that, free Baron or run it down mid, your choice.
When I thought about Sem9 creativity, I wanted them to, you know, come win with a different vehicle, probably like an electrical car. Instead, they tried to reinvent the wheel. They just came in and they were trying to drive on blocks. None of it worked out. And yeah, let's see how DCG finish it. You know, I feel like DCG are in the mood for some chase down fun.
They are. So is Sem9 apparently. TP coming through that condemn, not very good. Now they can't do anything, and Leaky getting denied a free ulti, but look who's running in. Leaky finds it in the end. The AoE insane. Perfectly done. Sem9 getting absolutely clapped. What more can you say than that? Nesty is laughing at a Shin. As the TP comes into base, Deep Cross Gaming will find their 10th win, and Sem9 tried something, but it was an absolute slapping in 23 minutes.
Yeah, I think they went a little bit too creative with the double AD, double support composition. Didn't really work out here. So I'm not sure it would have worked either. Like, I just feel like it's too easy to play around unless you are with a very headstrong opponent that will 100% fight you on Herald. I just don't see how, you know, a purely defensive bottom lane that allows the enemy support to roam wherever they want to be, that allows double calls to be built up, that doesn't even have a winning solo lane given these matchups. It was just such a weird attempt. I think creativity is good, but you have to, I think you have to build on fundamentals of the game. And I didn't really see a way that this composition was going to work from the get-go.
And you know, especially in a meta like this, right? Like, durability might have gone up, but it hasn't gone up that much, where the significance of staying alive is going to work out for you to get in that scaling game. Clement, I was also going to say, look at our jungle pool at the moment. Look at our solo lane pool at the moment. You give open Silas, you give over the Gnar. Okay, CC chain with Xin Zhao. How do you survive a gank ever? How do you survive the 1v1 lane? There was a lot of work that was just put on Sem9's jungler, but with 3 losing lanes, I don't know, dude. That was just so hard to comprehend how Sem9 thought that they would find at least one lane to sit on with their laurels.
Yeah, I wonder what the actual plan was. I'm actually a little bit doubtful that they came into this today thinking that they were going to go with this draft. I feel like there were some like mid-draft sort of turns here and there. They could have gone with a very comfortable draft, like just, you know, off the front. You don't pick the Scion. You go for a standard solo lanes, and you know, you could still have a perfectly working composition. But they didn't go for that. They went for something super high risk, and I think it's a good educational game for us and our viewers to kind of see why this type of style doesn't really work. I mean, we have seen some double brawler stuff in the past, but when you run two bruisers, it's typically a kill lane. It's not this sort of no-kill threat lane you have with the Yuumi Scion. People have ran things like Pantheon, and Pantheon Jarvan was quite a popular lane in the LPL back a couple of years ago. So
yeah,
I think that's somewhat viable as a lane. You know, you have a lot of kill threat on 80 carries, level 2, level 3. You can play through that style. I'm really not sure about double support bot. Double support bot feels like an S1 roam meta that just, you know, is on the wayside.
Yeah. I don't know, but I think we know that a DCG wouldn't have really sweat over that one. Like, that was just so easy. And what more can you say, Clement? What more do you need to say when Sem9 at the bottom, trying something a little bit cheeky? And it's sad because I feel like this team still has a chance. You know, we're in the penultimate week, and DCG get a free win here, and Nesty gets MVP. But let's be real, Clement, maybe the true MVP was Sem9.
Oh, for sure. Sem9 had an interesting game. They do not prove that the theory is correct, that the circle of life has its value, but still props to DCG. They're going on 10 wins. This has, again, we have to remember, alongside with Sem9, this is also DCG's first year as an organization, and for them to stand up here, second place already, I think they've actually overcome a lot of their perceived traditional weaknesses. You know, the Nesty Hana experiment we have seen before, and it's always sort of petered out at the end because of the champion pool issues. This has not been the same storyline whatsoever.
No.
DCG, they're going places.
I mean, they really are. 10-3 now. DCG sit up, tied with CDBC Flying Oyster. As you said, this team has improved so much, and you know, their next couple of games are going to be big. CFO comes up at the end of this week too, so I'm really looking forward to that one. But Clement, considering we only have a 4-game day, we got to go to a break because our final game of the night is PSG versus Beyond, which should be a capital B for banger to finish off our night.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Like you, been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my heart. Are you bitter? There's something about the way you sound, just like you do. Devil, sinner, to everyone, know what you because the bit of time until they get you. Honey, just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. Are you bored? You're acting like there's something else you're looking for. So do you miss my love? Just a bit of time until they get you. Just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I'm chasing all my demons away and tell you that I'm not gonna stay. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands, your love in my hands, your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands.
I'm taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day.
high above. We go off in the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're back here with the PCS as per usual as we roll you out to the final game of the night. Quick reminder that we are sponsored by CWC Bank. Thank you to Riot Games, Carry, and Garena for the league operation in full as well. Now, Mr. Chu, we've got one final thing to tend to, and that's Beyond and PSG. We've been waiting for this one considering that these two up towards the top of the standings and Beyond can lock in playoffs tonight if they're able to find this win.
Absolutely, and this is one of those first matches where we saw PSG actually bleed. It was a very close game. They were winning 90% of the way, but one teamfight mishap. Beyond Gaming caught their chance and then flipped the entire tables around. So I feel like this is one with a lot of history. You know, Beyond Gaming has always been kind of the first team to draw blood from the PSG dynasty.
And even recently, right, like, they've found some pretty big wins. CFO in week number 3 is one of them. They're on a loss streak of one game after losing to CFO in the recent game. However, I feel like, yeah, you're right. You know, Beyond Gaming has some pretty familiar names. We remember them representing the region in past World. And with the way things going, Clement, I don't know where you want to start on this one, but I feel like for Beyond, we've had a lot of fun times, you know, talking about Husha in jungle, Lakai's top side, even hell, like Minji's champion pool at some point.
I feel like Beyond Gaming has definitely been through a lot of rough patches since the departure of Dago from the roster. I would say they're not really the same team as we saw last year around going to Worlds anymore. And the problem are manifold, to be honest. Like, I feel like they haven't been able to actually play a 1-3-1 all that much. And what they've been doing is they've been relying on these great engages coming in from Husha. I think Husha has actually quietly been having one of the best splits of any jungler out there. And also the damage output from Wako. So those pieces are still intact. You see the mid-jungle coordination, I would rank among the top of the PCS. I think Uniboy and Kongya, you still have to give that duo probably the top spot. But afterwards, Husha and Minji are definitely within that top of the conversation.
That's a big statement, because I feel like Minji was someone who I was on the fence about in spring. And come summer, you know, there's those champion pool issues I don't think have been talked about as much. But, you know, here's a mid-jungle that needs development, needs a bit of time, Clement, because with PSG, now that there's no Juhan and Bay, we once again have 2 more Korean imports. Gory in the last game was just all over the place on his Yone. And Bury on the Poppy, I got to give some negative thoughts across, because the easy wall dash, Clement, and he somehow manages in a 3v2 dive bot to get the heroic shove through that gap on the right side of red side turret.
I will say Bury is basically a keep away bot. His main function is to use Crescent Guard and Keeper's Verdict. If he can hit those two, the team is absolutely fine. I'm sure he's had some mechanical mishaps here and there. But what we've been seeing from PSG is very much the same thing. I actually feel like this meta suits them very, very well. Sure, they lose the Corki, but Silas and Azir are still there. And then you have Gnar plus the Gwen, which in some ways have even been stronger coming in for Hanabi. So I don't really see much of an issue with his team composition. You even have more diversity in the AD carry spot for late game carries going towards Unified. So I feel like they're just in such a strong position.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people will be favoring PSG coming through. Nevertheless, looking at mid laners here and speaking a bit about champion direction, for PSG, we know Gory has been an Azir player through and through. The Yone was a bit of an off game, a bit of a different direction here for the mid laner, who plays very standard. While for Minji, we talk a lot about his Lissandra, the Silas, Talia, things that can move around the map, Clement, things that can make more, I guess, faster impact in the game, rather than sitting back like Gory tends to do.
Yeah, if you look at Minji's champion pool, I don't think this is super indicative of what he plays best. His best champion by far, career-wise, has been the Zoe, and then we have seen other champions like the Yone being played. Silas is a huge one that I think will come up in the draft by either side. And overall, Minji is that sort of backline assassination-oriented player. You know, he's a big Kiana player in his debut split as well. So I feel like Silas is probably the best champion out of any of those that is still existing in the meta pool. And I wouldn't be too surprised if Beyond Gaming actually gets first pick.
Well, I mean, honestly, for PSG, maybe it comes through to a ban because Talia's already taken away. Husha losing his best champion in the Wukong as well. 66% win rate with 6 games played. And as you said, Husha's been on a bit of a tear, so paying the respect necessary while Furry's poppy. I am quietly glad, Clement, even if he's an alt bot, that we don't get to see it again. But at the very least, you talk about Silas. Let's see if it gets banned away. Otherwise, as we've seen today, teams are willing to first pick it, among other things, with quite a lot still available.
Today we've seen the Zeri and the Yuumi being first picked. Sivir has not gone through as a first pick just yet, but it's super flexible, and honestly, I feel like she's somewhat replaceable in terms of the role of Zeri. So, yep, Yuumi first pick. This is Beyond Gaming has actually played quite a few games of this composition where you go in with short range bruisers. It works well with Silas. It works well with the Wukong that Husha has played the most of. But for PSG, I feel like this is kind of a straight dunk. You just take away the Zeri and you take away the Silas and just kind of move on with your life.
or even go the direction towards top side, right? Hanabi has played so much Gnar. But even more important, what a takeaway it would be, because Lakai, 6 games on Gnar, 1 on 4 other champions. PSG might be looking to take away part of the duo, so while there's so many of them, at the very least, taking away Wako and Kino from having that Dream 2v2 that has also done pretty well today. But, Clement, I will say, Zeri Yuumi also an easy duo too.
Yeah, and when you have the Silas, I feel like the Sivir makes a lot of sense. So the difference between these two champions, yes, they're both super mobile, but with Sivir, you put yourself in more danger. You're definitely shorter range of a champion. However, if you're running in with a bunch of divers, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Like, you're all going in, and it's very difficult to focus all of you down at the same time. So if you have the Silas, I do like the pickup of the Sivir here. I think on second thought, it does make a little bit more sense compared to Zeri, and it does force Beyond Gaming, I feel like, to play in a different fashion. If the enemy team is clearly going for a rundown, Beyond Gaming have to spread out. They have to go for split push, they have to go for pick or something, but they need to have a different track here. Akali is one of Minji's old and greatest champions. It's been a while since we've seen it, though.
But how's it going to go up against this Silas in the mid lane? And more importantly, what's the jungle that's going to go through with it? For now, we just get part of the engage that, again, Nautilus against Akali, Clement. Also a nice touch here from PSG.
Yeah, very difficult to play against that one. I feel like even in this matchup, like the Silas does get quite a favorable edge later on into the game. What we're really looking at is the potential for, I think, this assassination against champions like Kale coming in later on into the draft, which both have been played here by Hanabi. So I think that's what Beyond Gaming are aiming for. For me, this is looking like some sort of a pick comp coming in from Beyond Gaming. They have great tools to get over walls. You can hop onto someone like the Akali just with the Yuumi and just try to find your picks that way.
Lakai's played things like Gwen, Camille as well. And with, angles being in the conversation for Beyond Gaming, I wonder if there's going to be a pivot here because, Clement, top lane bans coming out from BYG, but remember the PSG had first pick coming through. The Gnar we already labeled too, which is still there. And I guess PSG can just still take that away if Beyond Gaming aren't willing to ban it themselves.
Yeah, I feel like they should probably ban it. I think Beyond Gaming, they're probably eyeing for either Camille or Sejuani, something with fast engage that can help them facilitate. So far, they have good damage, they have great carries that can go over walls, but they're still lacking in the instant engage department. So I think it has to be either of those two champions. They're actually going to ban the Vi from themselves. Interesting.
Okay. So, now it's there.
Jungle,
if they want to get this,
I think for PSG, probably just Gnar is still the best option right here. I would snack up the Gnar instantly. Lee Sin, I'm not sure that's a Buri champion necessarily, but it keeps in the theme with just keeping threats away from their carries.
True. Now a lot of disengage there as well. So we get a top lane counter pick for Hanabi. That's, I guess, worth mentioning here. Even though you don't consider Hanabi like, oh, that insane top laner, that kind of like the YSKM rest vibe, right? You know, we're not there with Hanabi, but we know he's a solid laner that can be quite flexible. So as we get Trundle on the other side, we get a jungler that can deal with the help of pick here, Clement. I feel like for BYG, look how many tools are available. What do you round this out with?
I'm honestly not a huge fan of the Trundle. Sure, good matchup against the Lee Sin, but the engage on Beyond Gaming is so incredibly conditional. I don't think they're going to have to find many chances to actually engage themselves. It does look like Corgi is a little bit threatened by this one, but thinking about what to take for the top lane. I honestly feel like they could just go with the Sejuani. Sure, it's not as strong in lane, but all you need with this composition is just a front line to push with. So I feel like Sejuani is perfectly fine.
True. Simple, up Hanabi's wheelhouse as well, and we get Sedge in the end. It's so funny, like the East right now not playing the Ornn, Clement, where in the West, people are like, oh man, Ornn is so good. And no one in the LPL, no one in PCS will touch it. Like Hanabi's played it once. Sejuani better option, and yeah, I mean, standard from PSG, as you were saying, Clement, disengaged now from Buri's Lee Sin, but I think you're kind of angling to the point where we're going to expect a 5v5, pretty standard.
Yeah, I think PSG at the end, they drafted themselves still a very standard composition. Sure, it's shorter range than what they normally go with, but the idea is the same. You have very strong tank lines, you just push through into the opponents, and if Gory gets a chance, he's going to be in your backline just assassinating people. For the composition of the side of Beyond Gaming, I actually feel like they switched attacks to a composition that I'm not particularly fond of in this meta, and that's a kiting comp. What they have, they're going to try to slow you down with the pillar. They're going to take away those resistances from the Sejuani, which can be very deadly. They're going to try and focus her down and just slowly kite away. The problem with this composition is I don't think the Akali does much in the first part of the fight. Like, they're solely relying on the Gnar and Zeri to kind of chip away at their opponent as they walk backwards from the team fight. So I don't think it's a comp that necessarily fits together all of that well. We'll have to see how this plays. I will concede that for Beyond Gaming, a lot of the times I do not like their comp, and they still come out and out-execute their opponents anyway.
True. I mean, BYG, we talked recently, like having the number of PSG, it is a revenge matchup for PSG Talon here and a way to keep BYG from locking in playoffs here today. Remember that if BYG get this matchup, if they win this final game of the night, they will be our 5th team locked into playoffs. J-Team not even playing this week, and they've already locked in position number 4. So BYG want to join them up, as Frank Esports were denied earlier on as well. Welcome to the last game of the night. Here is Wako. Here's your surprise, and Kaiwing going to spot him out. Is it going to be a flash? Dredgeline on the edge, and the auto lands as well. Wako nowhere to go, and the Lee Sin with first blood. Kaiwing, absolute world class.
Absolutely beautiful angling of that dredge line. He actually aimed it away from the wall so the hitbox wouldn't collide early, and manages to snag Wako, and that's first blood going over towards a Lee Sin as well. Wow, what an incredible play right there. You know, Lee Sin getting that extra 10 damage does make his ganks that much more deadly.
And also gives you a reason to not like BYG's comp, but actually have more of a reason, Clement, in the early game too, right? You know, Zeri down as well against his Sivir lane. Now, no summoners were burnt from Wako, which is nice. But at the very least, the gold, as you said, going to the Lee Sin is good. As Shuriken flip from Minji landing early, but he's in the minion wave, takes a sizable trade. And Gory should have himself an opportunity to try and hit 2 here first. As we notice that the ward's going to spot out PSG's jungler. Bury is on the red buff, now moving down to Raptor camp. So they know that this Lee Sin is not down towards bottom lane.
Yeah, both sides do know where the jungle starts are, so that just means I expect no lane ganks to really work out. We're going to have a bit of a farming start coming into this one. And talking about where the first real point of action can be, I feel like Beyond Gaming are actually very much on the back foot. None of these lanes are easy to gank. Not a lot of crowd control to follow up here, so I feel like PSG, even just pre-6, has a lot more opportunities to go wherever they want to. And you also can get some sightings of Bury mechanics. I know you weren't a fan of his popping mechanics, but maybe he can wow you with Lee Sin.
Yeah, and you know what, Clement? Like, to be fair, you know, you remember last time we cast together in the PCS, I was complimenting Bury because I'm like, you know, I feel like this guy doesn't get too much credit. And to be fair, he's such a supportive member when you look at the rest of the talent on PSG. But when he has a bad performance, it's so much easier to spot out because, you know, PSG, like, it has been about getting these new parts to work together. Kind of like they had to do with Juhan and Bay. Remember that Juhan and Bay at the start of the spring split were not great either, Clement. They had to work it in as we get a jungle v jungle matchup, but Kaiwing's already moved around. The level 2 Nautilus here to help out, while Minji can't do too much with Gory having the level advantage. Spike goes down, and it's over to Bury, who takes the rest of the camp too. Husha has to walk away in defeat, and Bury gets to walk away across mid. Set up for the topside scuttle as well.
Ooh, and PSG are sending support up towards the top side, like you mentioned, still angling for the double scuttle play as we have Unified coming back with an extra buy here. So a lot of smart plays being done. I'm not sure the Trundle can walk into this river and just chomp down on this scuttle. This is going to be rather risky. You have Kaiwing around here, still looking for that gank.
He's so patient. He's so patient indeed. I think Minji, did he get vision of him in the end? Yeah, they did. So pinged out as he roams back down. And because Husha's now down here, he'll be able to get the bottom side scuttle. So early roaming from Kino too as he attaches himself to this jungler, while both AD carries are just by themselves in the lane at 4 minutes for a little bit.
Yeah, still, I think a little bit more of a small win for Unified here as he does get the extra back. Already has the call ticking for him. And as we expected, not a lot you can do in this lane. I just feel like Akali, a very weak laner. We have seen this from Minji. He loves to play this champion, and it was a must ban in spring. However, you still can't do anything in lane here. And in this comp, I'm just not sure how they're going to get their skirmishes to start. They just don't have hard crop control.
Well, maybe it's just going to come down to pure lane mechanics.
Minji could hit level 6 here.
Walking through, look, Lee Sin here to help though. Safeguard! What a bait. We were questioning the 2v2 through mid, and Bury and Gory shut us up.
Well, too easy, says Gory here, as he gets a little bit of help coming in from Bury, and they're able to just stun Minji as he goes for the shuriken flip there. Instant kill, and we have a very fed Lee Sin on our hands. This is tremendous kill threat coming in from Bury.
Look at this, Clement. Such a good play.
Oh, he flashed into that one. Unfortunate with the angle. It actually still could have worked right there, and if he hit level 6, he was out. So
yeah,
I think Gory just outplayed him almost by himself in that situation.
And look at the lane. Like, it was already going bad enough with what you were saying about the matchup. A 10 CS lead with now double amplifying tome. As you said, Bury in a great position as Husha has to burn the smite here on top of Raptors. But there is a level lead between junglers as Minji tries to walk down with level 6 now acquired. Bury deep, but with the Sonic Wave, he's out. Gory stealing and flashing. Gory! Okay, sir. Maybe feeling it from the last play.
Well, you got to get him Raptors. I think that's the only explanation I have right there. Yeah, definitely a bit of an overreach right there. I'm not so sure about that one, like what the thought process there was. Minji, you know, even holds on to his ultimate, so that does give Beyond Gaming a chance to go back and visit that lane.
He has his though as well, though. So without flash, maybe there's a chance here as Bury still has his flash, and off the back of this dragon too. that we're getting close towards getting that level 6. Half an EXP bar to go as we're back towards looking at mid. Look at Minji with the ultimate. About to be burned by Gory. One more execution, and he gets it. All right, who needs flash when you can style on the Akali with the Akali ultimate? Meanwhile, on the top side, Lakai with an ulti down. An opportunity for Beyond with a great pillar placement, and Hanabi has no flash to get out of this one. Helps steal with the minion wave to buy time, but Beyond Gaming finally on the board.
All right, so at least Beyond Gaming get a bit of a win condition here. I can start to see where they might be going with this one. Beyond Gaming trying to look for a split pusher on the side of Likai, get PSG to react to that pushing lane, and maybe you can find your picks with Akali somewhere else. I think that's the general idea of this composition. Still not out of the woods yet just because of how far behind they are in the lane. We're going to watch this one again. Minji loses the bone plating early on. Still gets tagged by the Petricide first here. And I feel like he's just a little bit too confident in this one. He still walks up the Gory, takes the Q, actually both procs there, and just falls down afterwards.
Look at the top side play as well. And pretty standard here. Clement Lakai with just the nicely timed ulti and Beyond bringing their jungle up. We come back to live though, and look at where Bury is. Surprise, surprise, with Gory, who I might say is having a pretty good laning phase. It helps when your jungler's ahead, Clement, but you know, Gory was one of the worst laners in the LPL by far on FPX. He's done a lot better on the PCS, and this game is also proof in the pudding.
I know this is not a logical statement, but I wish that it had nothing to do with the relative strength of the leagues. I just want to that. But yeah, you know, I feel like Gory has, you know, we have seen him actually being beaten in lane by Mission and some of our other top mid laners here. But overall, just against Minji and stuff like that, perfectly fine. 3v3 now.
Yeah, Bury's in here with a 3v3. It's in their favor as Gory gets low. Minji jumps on in, takes him down. It's great, but Husha still living on as he flashes over the wall. Minji helps get the Yumi out as well. And Bury can't get the flash on in as Wako flashes over the wall. Bury has to flash as well, and Unified burns the hill to save him. Beyond Gaming's aggression comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, big find right there. Minji plus Yumi able to get into the back line and snipe out Gory. They know he doesn't have flash, so they target him right off the bat there. And that's a huge comeback because there was a shutdown gold involved in that one. A little bit unfortunate they weren't able to snipe out Bury, but they also get his flash there. So, you know, I always say this about Beyond Gaming compositions. I look at the draft and I kind of shake my head, and then they start getting kills on the Akali, and I'm like, okay, I guess it works.
Yeah, Minji with 0 and 2. Now with the kill, maybe a bit more believable here for the mid laner. And it was a perfect pickoff off of Gory and CS that he was able to catch up. But having said that, looks like there was a pretty large wave towards mid lane. So we're still at around the 10, maybe 15 CS mark, depending on how much he gets. At the very least, PSG, their gold lead that was there by about 1,000 and a bit has now shrunk. And Beyond Gaming, as you said, have crucial kills on crucial members. As we look back towards mid, Minji with a good shuriken flip. But Clement, I'm now more curious as to what happens towards, you know, this next dragon coming up and the herald that Bury still hasn't placed down.
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to hold that for a fork. Most likely try to keep the Akali mid lane, so just drop it there and move towards the second Drake that's coming up. We're going to have a mountain here. I think the play is fairly self-explanatory, so I don't expect too much resistance for Beyond Gaming. I think Beyond Gaming can let the objective go, but the most important part for them is finding picks as PSG are about to go back to their own lanes. This is the Beyond Gaming special. Sometimes they won't hard contest an objective, they just want the better positioning to close out on kills afterwards.
That's true, especially with an Akali. Maybe gives us a bit more of an insight as Bury moves towards the bottom lane in the meantime. 45 seconds on Dragon as Kaiwing just stands there, threatens. Husha now here as well. And look, mid laners aren't involved for the time being. So as we get a bit of bouncing from Unified, at the very least, Beyond Gaming are trying to play for the bait, but that ward going to spot out Husha as Bury moves back towards mid.
Yeah, an interesting move here by Beyond Gaming. They're trying to draw Bury back into the bottom lane by just hard shoving here, but Husha has to be careful walking through this area as we have to pay close attention to Silas that does have priority so far in the mid. So could potentially be pincered right here. Beyond Gaming slowly moving over. And I feel like Bury actually hesitated a little bit. I don't feel like the play was to drop bottom anyway. I feel like you should try to get the Herald down now that the Drake is live. Try to place it. It looks like they're still gonna go for bot this time, I guess.
I mean, maybe the hesitancy comes through the fact that Hanabi doesn't have TP, but Lakai does. Worth mentioning with the second Dragon there as well, as we get the ulti, the Lost Chapter out of Wako, trying to find the pick off. Unified was abandoned. Kaiwing coming in late, but is the Ignite going to tick over? No. 320 gold dropped on down. Unified lucky to be alive, but in front of Dragon, that health bar means something. As, wait, are we doing this mid again? Gory has flash. Last part of the perfect execution gets close, but Minji still has his last proc, and mid lane continues to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, really weird move coming in for Unified. I'm not sure why he was staying behind, but Beyond Gaming picks up the freebie. The Herald was, in essence, somewhat wasted right there. They didn't manage to pull off a fork, and then you had Wako staying in lane picking up extra waves. Big win by Beyond Gaming. I just feel like that was Unified with a communication mistake of sorts. Let's see if Murray can find Ninja here.
But Murray doesn't have flash available, so waiting in that 10-second. Hoosh is here for the counter gank. Abscond abduct under turret, he has to flash. Gory, it started so well, but Clement PSG, this has just been opposite of clean.
Yeah, very messy. I would guess you could call it a pillar of filth.
There you go. Nice. Very nice.
A little bit unfortunate on the execution right there, and I just feel like PSG kind of squandering away some opportunities here. And this is actually quite critical because you're letting Beyond Gaming snowball this into a early mythic coming in from the Zeri, and you have that Yuumi starting to leave lane earlier. That can mean the skirmishes are a lot more dicey in the mid lane. Let's see if they can win this one as the Yuumi is heading there.
Kaiwing constantly roaming. I mean, Kaiwing has been here since level 2. The fact that Minji's been able to survive the majority still shows testament here to the mid lane, and there's been a focus for Beyond Gaming in this split. Behind CS, but that kill before means that he's been able to survive the lane a little bit closer. Clement, this early game has confused me, but as we start getting out of lanes, I want to point out there's an item advantage now here for PSG. Who were able to pick up more turret plates. Everfrost, Burry's got his item, Hanabi too. So it feels like right now there is an advantage as we get a mid lane 1v1. Gory with his gone ducked out. Look at Minji with flash ulti available, even with Burry coming in. Minji dodges away, goes to the side, jumps in, and he's dead. In an instant, Subject stolen as well, so Gory's now taking up as the Sonic Wave resonating strike turns into a double. What a response here from the mid jungle 2v2. Gory with a triple kill. It's Clement. Lakai might be going Mega now, but there could be a Penta on the cards if Kaiwing pulls him in. Unfortunately, doesn't. Triple will be enough, though, to restore confidence to PSG.
Oh, Beyond Gaming hard commit to that one. Way overzealous. We saw sort of the Lee syndrome coming in from Minji. He goes in, but there's a Nautilus right there. So Kaiwing able to block out the majority of the crowd control coming in. Gory turns around with the Kingslayer, gets himself a triple kill, and in the meantime, Beyond Gaming also over-rotated. You saw the top lane and 80 ending up in the mid lane, so massive loss here by Beyond Gaming. I just feel like they were trying to go for such a sliver of chance on that play, and it just didn't end up working out. Let's watch this. Minji goes in, instantly gets kicked away, interrupts the ultimate coming in. Great play by Burry, and even gets the Sonic Wave in the mid-air to finish off that kill. Beautiful stuff by him. This is by far, I think, Burry's strongest early.
Yeah, it is. Even though we saw hesitation a little bit before, like we're rounding back to what we've seen so far from him in this game, which is playing so well in some of these chokes, some of these crucial holds. Burry and Gory working well together as well. 6 out of 6 kill participation for that mid laner who just picked up a triple kill and 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. And now we kind of have to look at the gold lead again because PSG all of a sudden almost up 4,000 gold after one single play where Clement, they showed some of the weaknesses in their composition. We talked a lot about the situational engage. When you don't have the right reliability or the Gnar in the mix, like, look at all the counter punches that PSG can provide.
The engage was so slow. If they could have locked Gory down a little bit sooner, that would have been a situation where Minji would have been able to reset. He still had his flash. He could have gone out, looked for more fights. And that's why I was really just not sold on the Gnar or the Trundle. I don't feel like they had the elements that you want for burst damage. That's what you have to play with if you're going with the Akali Assassination. You need instant crowd control to give you favorable trades going down range. I just feel like this comp was, it's very difficult to execute. It's exactly what Beyond Gaming likes to draft, but sometimes it does come and bite them from the behind.
Yeah, it does. Look, at least the Kai's doing well. You know, he's going to get this turret up in the top side, matching here for PSG. The Gnar probably the strongest on the field, as you could also say Wako not in a bad position, but hey, look, Gory is now joining in to try and punch down Lakai, but doesn't actually use the perfect execution while Lakai backs away. So right now we're waiting for the Dragon to come through, which is going to be in 10 seconds. PSG with so much power here, and Beyond Gaming aren't even testing the area.
I also want to point out Akali is the only non-support without a mythic at this point. So things have definitely not been going all that well. Yes, you are able to take this one while still defending around, not defending, excuse me, still holding on to the top side of the map. Second Herald already taken by Beyond Gaming in the meantime. I think they're just going to have to drop this mid lane, try to open up some more assassination routes right here. I think they're too far away from the bot lane tower at this point to really make use of it. So we have to pay pretty close attention to Husha and that timer. I'm not going to lie, we have seen some people just fail to drop heralds here. So you have to keep that timer there. I just expect it to go mid.
Open up mid lane turret, it means that some of that vision on the top side can expand for Lakai, who's being able to split push quite nicely. 20 CS lead up against Hanabi, which a lot of people would expect, but I'm not really paying too much attention to that now. Again, situational engage, as Clement said. Part of it is that Gnar, and how right now are you going to be able to save your carries from this Silas, because Gory is on the way towards the second item. Fetish Codex already picked up. Cosmic Drive, something we've seen quite a lot. Shadow Flame as well. But as we look towards bot, I might pause because Minji is going to get the all-in off of Hanabi. Glacier Prison used to buy time, but the pillar just zones him out and he gets shredded through. So Husha picking up his second kill while Hanabi is the focus.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. That's always the problem with Sejuani. And I do want to say that Trundle has been the traditional kryptonite to Flash Wolf team compositions, because these are teams that typically only run one tank in the front line. They're very susceptible to just having their tank stats stolen and then the rest of the composition rolled down. So maybe Beyond Gaming are taking a page back from the old history of Flash Wolves, which PSG on a large part did inherit.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this, not the remnant, what do you call it? You know, when
the
they
successor,
emanate.
I think, spiritually.
Yeah. No. Perfectly said. Hey, Herald gets mid-charge, but doesn't get mid-turret. So, you know, second Herald, never too much of a fan of it. But I will be a fan of if we see BYG try and contest with this next dragon. Because as we get to a pause, Mr. Chu will have to wait and see. You know what the problem is? Kali's not working out.
Nope.
So we're going to have to find out what's happening there. We'll just wait and see.
I think that they have to target someone other than Sivir in this one. Sivir's a little bit too protected. Nautilus is going to stand by her the entire fight. So whenever Akali goes over, it's just instant auto attack. They're going to tag Minji to the floor. I almost feel like they need to take down Buri first. Buri has that big takedown gold on him. He's relatively, you know, even with the Gore Drinker speaking, relatively easier to take down compared to the Sivir in the back line, especially with the Spell Shield right there. So I think that's probably going to be the angle. We're going to have to see the Akali plus the Yumi combo coming in.
I've just been told my ear, though, BYG have got a technical issue. Thank you to our producer. So we're just going to wait and see if that gets resolved. In the meantime, you know, as you were saying, you know, Bury holding a lot of gold. The opportunity to punish Lee Sin, especially as we go on in. But I think we're going on in. Yes, we are. Technical issue resolved, which is good. Which means we get back to this one. So Bury with takedown gold. Also note that Gory, about 350 worth here for the bounty. As BYG move up to the top side, it's Baron o'clock at the very least to threaten and clear out some of this vision. And Clement, I always like looking at fast Barons, but I feel like for both teams, we're not exclaiming that. It's going to be the quickest Barons we've ever seen, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. You know, pepperoni pizza doesn't do great against void monsters, so we're gonna have to save it for later there. Oh, actually, this isn't the pizza one. It still looks like pepperoni pizza.
It's Hex. I think it's Hextech, Sivir, isn't
My
it?
bad, my bad.
No, but yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like a pizza at all. But hey, you know, maybe you have a pizza involved. Yeah. So I know you're gonna get after the game. I will say that, you know, Sejuani does probably do a lot more damage than someone like Nah, let's be real. Sejuani has pretty surprising Baron take, but again, as you were going along the lines of irrelevant at this point, more important about the Dragons coming in minute 45, more important about the vision setup here as well, because Kaiwing has just been looking every opportunity he could get. And as PSG continue to try and choke out vision, Clement, we talked about this, not even in the first 6 levels, but all game long. Look at the pick potential and the engage. As Hoosh is going to walk into a brush. Here's one part. Kaiwing's coming up. Flash depth charge. There's another. Here's a third part. Thrown into the air. Hoosh takes everything, but eventually dies. The situational engage from BYG won't be enough as Lakai is by himself. Wako is free hitting, but it won't matter. Gory runs forward. A good old shock laser, but Wako still can't carry the fight unless he gets enough time. As he runs forward, PSG to turn it onto a whim. Going to require a turnaround. Good poke again, but PSG got the pick on the jungler, and Husha gets absolutely smashed.
Yeah, and this is PSG playing so incredibly smart. If you look at their front line, they have a lot of armor right now. The Zanya's already done, and then you have Navi with the armor stacking as well. So, like, once Husha's ultimate goes down, Zeri can't really deal damage to them. Like, this is... you have to wait until Zeri 3 or 4 items, I would say, before this is really a threat. Husha walks in, finds Gory himself, unfortunately has to use the King's Tribute going in, the Subjugate going in onto Gory in the front line. And what a beautiful 1, 2, 3 punch coming in from the front right there. So Johnny, Hanabi, I would say, missed a beat right there. Probably could have killed the guy on that one, but...
Probably. Here we go again. Okay, Gory stolen away, perfect execution. Good stopwatch, but he's going to be in the middle of everyone. Gets out with the final punch himself, and PSG clearing out this wave right before Dragon. Doing quite a bit of damage, but remember, this team has a Yuumi.
Yeah, good sustain here. We saw Wako starting to hurt with that poke, so if he can find the back line... no, PSG know what the gig is up, and they just move the front line right in front in mid lane. Really smart play here. They even keep the tempo alive by just being so close to the Baron here. So Beyond Gaming, no chance for a rush, and they still need to deal with wave clear.
And remember that engage not available. Lakai is not Mega Gnar. Kaiwing is the one with the dredge line as the pillar goes up to Unified. On the hunt's going to be popped, and the cooldown reduction now comes flying as he doesn't even get the Mega Gnar, Clement. Again, Hanabi misses the ult, but does it really matter? Let's be real. Might be lagging a bit here as Wako runs for his life, but PSG on the hunt because Beyond Gaming, no, he's the only one left. Chasing it up. BYG absolutely routed.
Beautiful stuff just coming in. I think this is the problem with Beyond Gaming is they're trying to play a kite comp against a Sivir, a Sejuani, and a Nautilus. I don't think you can kite even just a Nautilus, so... I just feel like the draft really put Beyond Gaming in such a difficult position. I really think they needed the Sejuani on their blue side for the 5 pick. It would give them some chances to spring an ambush here. But look at how they have to play this. They have to wait for PSG to commit, and PSG don't miss. They go in, they finish the fight. The Mega Gnar, not really all that useful here. Unified is incredibly fed. Minji just gets absolutely just busted by Unified. And this is Wako trying to put on his dancing shoes here. Didn't work out very well.
No, it did not. PSG, I mean, I have to put it towards Kaiwing, towards Gory, you know, and to Bury this game. Having such a clean performance. And it's really nice to see mid-jungle stepping up to this level as why did we get 2 different damage graphs? Which one's real, Clement? Because they're different values. Which one's real?
I feel like this one's probably real. They probably corrected themselves. You can see the problem with Beyond Gaming. They try to get it engaged and get 0 damage. Look at how long Hanabi's alive.
Yeah, and they just used everything. Now Kaiwing jumps on in. Death charge in the backline. Look at Wako, though. Gory, though, with the stolen Nara ulti. Better than what Lakai's pulled out as Unified. Is a Sivir with ricochets galore, man. This is why Sivir's so OP. As guys, how many Pentas do we want to look to steal today? It's only a double in the end for Unified, but it's a strong double from the AD carry of PSG.
Oh, you knew things were going to go sideways once Hanabi was able to tank that entire rotation and still stay alive until Gory finishes the TP to clean everything up. Great stuff from Bury going into the back line, getting the snipe down, and then you had, Bury getting the snipe down, and then Gory charging in on the front. We'll watch that again. Look at Hanabi. He knows what's going up. He even gets tagged by the Trundle Subjugate, and he still stays alive for multiple ultimates being thrown here by Beyond Gaming. Gory's able to come in and just finish up, and you knew things were kind of getting out of hand at this point. It's not enough firepower on the side of Beyond Gaming.
Green jungler and Lee Sin, Clement. I just think it always kind of works out one way or another.
Yep.
Cleared a great example of that. And let's be real, Kanavi as well, one of the best Lee Sins. You look at bot flash from Kaiwing. The Kai gets out with a hop, but who cares at this point? PSG are 11,000 gold ahead. And Clement, this time you can be happy because for Beyond Gaming, the composition has shown us everything we need to know about their struggles this game.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I called it in draft. 4 and 5 from blue side, really suspect. I will say though, Beyond Gaming did have a comeback game that feels a little bit similar. They were much closer in gold in that one. But I'm just saying, has happened before. You know, you're always just one big mistake away from a turnaround. So I think it has to happen from the front line though.
But the problem is, as Gory comes in, are you even going to get the chance for this game to go on? Because even as it's a 5v5, PSG looking confident, stepping up for the pick, but backing away to make it safe. Husha, a pick off the back end. Excuse me, as PSG just have themselves a Dragon Soul to take maybe a Baron in 2 minutes 32. And a game to look to end and deny BYG from locking in playoffs. Minji with a close call, but Unified gets away in the end. I'm not even sure if you take that.
Down, but, you know,
I'm not even sure if you would have lived there, Clement, to be quite honest, even as an Akali.
That's very true. You probably would not have, looking at the items here. So, I'm trying to think about how Beyond Gaming can take this fight, because this is late game Sivir Online already. The Ricochet is going to kill the entire team coming in from Beyond Gaming, so they have to deal with the Sivir first in this instant, but also kind of avoid Gory. So, try to think how they're going to do this one.
Clement, you know why it makes it hard? Because Sivir now has a Cloud Soul. And with new Sivir, the fact that you can refresh your ulti with takedowns, right? You press your ultimate, and you are going to be sprinting at them. Now remember that new Sivir isn't giving her allies that initial movement speed burst. But that doesn't matter anymore, because Cloud Soul is.
They're going to have to run down what they wanted. So PSG, as long as they stick together, I don't think there's any way they can actually lose this game. We are going to see Beyond Gaming try to put up a valiant fight, but I think that's the most they can get, a valiant fight. The flank is incoming, though.
It's so deep. It's so deep, and it's going to be met by Gory as wards galore surround. As Minji now going to get spotted out. I mean, PSG look for him first. Sure can flip over the wall, and there you go. Flank is done. While look at the ricochets. Healing comes through from Kino, which is great, but that forces them off the turret. Well, now we're going for Minji. Gory stealing away the perfect execution. And the final blow to be laid bare. He jumps into the base, threatens them off, and PSG have given nothing over. No significant damage. No sign of stopping in their tracks.
Yeah, way too easy to defend on that one. They try to pull Gory into a trap, get him into the 2v1, but Gory's too smart for that. He turns back at the exact right moment. And I feel like there's just so many ways that PSG could play for this one. It looks like they're going to go safe and pick up the second Baron of the game. Beyond Gaming actually have to look for potential TPs into their own base at this point. As you can see, double pinks being thrown into the bottom side. So, very slim chance of them even trying to contest this one.
Look, Clement, you know, We're just trying to give BYG something, but I don't know. With PSG being, one of our best team fighting teams that we know that they're not super fast, they're quite controlled in how they close the game out. We know that for BYG, it's going to require more than a miracle at this point. Baron, Cloud Soul. All right, 3 minutes for this game to end with that Baron buff. This TP's using top by Hanabi, and they're just going to run it down mid with double inhibitor still open and putting pressure on BYG's base.
Yeah, you see Hanabi going top. I think he's going to hold the wave a little bit. Just wait for the rest of the members to catch up here. Shouldn't be trying to full push this. The best idea here is still to push mid wave in and actually converge on top. They could take the inhibitor here and then converge on top as well. But either way, it's going to be more of a topside play. They want the waves to hit at the same time. Indeed, Hanabi able to preserve the wave with the Baron buff. And this is Beyond Gaming's last stand.
Bounces infinitely now, as long as it gets to 8 bounces. Like, I just can't believe it. Unified helping with the turret top side, while Beyond Gaming now getting threatened. Next turret getting hit as well. Nice from Kaiwing as Minji's about to go Meganar, but will they let him? As he's short to evolve, excuse me, not Minji with Meganar. I saw the energy bar and thought, okay, but that's Lakai, of course. And Minji has to walk back to base. Next turret going to be threatened. The ricochets continue to be a pain. Unified steps up. Kaiwing and Hanabi threatening here, as this is so clean. Lakai goes to Meganar, but Gory steals the Meganar and does it better. The mid jungle this game has sold me. PSG looking red hot here as they deny BYG from advancing, from getting into playoffs. Yes, it's a nice Meganar, but this game was in the toilet about 20 minutes ago.
16,000 gold at the end there. PSG get their revenge and tie the head-to-head. What a great game from Bury. I think he heard us and he wanted to showcase what he could do. Great game on the Lee Sin. He gets rolling early with 2 kills, never looks back into it. And I just felt like PSG were smarter in the draft. They stayed on the same track of playing front-to-back team fight from the get-go. Well, for me, Beyond Gaming, I really felt like Beyond Gaming shifted course in the middle of their draft, but didn't have a good out afterward. I feel like they got hung up on trying to take away the Gnar in this situation, while Gnar didn't really fit their composition.
Yeah, and we saw like, maybe PSG will take it here on 4th, but then instead, just pick up the Sejuani, who cares, give counterpick to top side. Also just give Hanabi options. And as you were saying early in the draft, Clement, we got Minji Zakali, but how it came together in 4-5, like the Trundle pick you didn't like, and as you just momentarily said, the Gnar as well. Like, situational engage, I don't think you could have defined it better, because it was so small of a window when you're going up against 4 members who have such hard disengage and such great setup with the layering.
Yeah, and what PSG showcased here is the importance of instant crowd control when you're trying to play these sort of assassin and burst type compositions. If you have instant crowd control, it just means you're going to get the damage off first. And in those knife fight situations, whoever gets the damage off first usually comes out massively ahead. You get the triumphs, and then you get to roll the rest of the team fight. So I felt like this game was really over once we saw the triple kill come out from Gory in the mid game. It was a flash engage coming in from Trundle. He had to stop people with Pillar. And then you saw the Akali trying to find the finishing blow over a Nautilus and a Lee Sin. It just never was going to work.
I mean, Minji was like 3-6 at the end of that game. Had a really rough time on the Akali. We got to see, that big response play mid for Beyond Gaming, but that was it. That was the only response we got from BYG, where Minji got a kill, he's 1 and 2. But then it happens again. Then Gory gets a triple kill, and it's all over, back to where we started. So really strong performance coming out from the mid jungle, where, I think I was criticizing a couple of weeks ago, Clement, where I was saying, like, Bury and Gory haven't been strong parts, right? It doesn't feel like, it feels like Gory has had really good team fighting and has been, I should rephrase, a great player for PSG, but it's still not that Gory that could take over lanes or have such clean performances alongside his jungler like we got today.
Absolutely. I actually think, like, if you go down the list of good mid junglers coming into our league, I would still say the top 2 you're looking at is most likely Kongyue Uniboy and Husha and Minji. Of course, this game is probably not a great showcase of that one. But the reason we're saying this is because Bury's style is very non-interactive with his lanes. We rarely see these kind of 2v2 being played out. But this game, I would say, it was actually pretty good from the get-go. Like, once Gory got the push in, you saw Lee Sin show up in the Raptors. They took the first 2 rotations of the Raptors, despite burning a flash for it. They still got the Raptor in the end. So kind of worth
it. Such a pain. It's such a pain. Like, Bury was playing this Lee Sin so nicely first time this split, but again, I was saying, you know, all Korean Lee Sins are just something else. And it feels like Bury hitting into that category this time. Unified's damage, Clement, of course it hits high. We knew that this Sivir did so much work, but so did Gory, who pounded Minji here in yet another MVP performance.
Yeah, just great stuff for him. Very, very solid. Engages, was always on point in trying to go for the backline. Once again, we saw the sort of Gnar versus the Sylas interaction. He got far better Mega Gnar ults off compared to Lee Kai right here. And I think Gory is going to end up as the MVP of the split. We're already at week 5. I think it's a very high chance to say that. He's probably the best playmaker that we have in the league right now.
Yeah, he's definitely come up huge after his disappointing split on FPX. He's now tied first with Frank Esports, top laner YSKM. So 5 MVPs here now for Gory. An impressive feat for his debut year. And let's be real, Clement. Oh, sorry, debut split, right? Let's be real. For PSG Talon, they have the expectations of going back to Worlds, of going back to an international. Now 11-2. Back on top, they beat BYG in the revenge matchup. They're going to verse J-Team, Frank, and CFO, but I still have a very good feeling about PSG Talon moving towards playoffs. As we look at our shortened day, Mr. Chu, and we still had a very good day. I think Game 3 was the most competitive. What do you think?
Oh, definitely not. I almost went along with you. I like the good traps here. I'm just glad we had so many hero plays. You know, Res on the Gnar and then Gory on the Sylas in the end. It was a fun day to watch. There were some wild ideas that didn't really work out, but I think we also learned a lot from those failed experiments.
God, man. Tell you what, like, yeah, all I can do is agree. Sorry, all I can do is agree. CWC flying on to 6-win streak. That's my biggest takeaway from today. The Frank Esports game. Sad Frank couldn't get the win and get into playoffs themselves, but hey, that first game was still very entertaining.
Absolutely, and I do want to remind everyone we will be playing the matches that we missed this week in the next week. So for this week, always 4 games, but next week you're going to get plenty of PCS.
6 in total, so making up for J-Team there. So no J-Team tomorrow, but hey, we've got more potential qualifiers. Frank, if they can beat BYG, playoffs for them. BYG in the same boat. That is literally a playoff matchup, whichever way you put it. Oh, we're still kind of trying to vie for the top. I know PSG because PSG's matchup was against J-Team tomorrow, Clement. So as you said, going to be rescheduled for next week, which means they'll get a nice break.
Biggest match for me, as you said, Frank Esports over Beyond Gaming. My predictions at the start of the split was Frank are about to overtake Beyond Gaming. I feel like they have the stronger players, the better identity, and this is the time. They worked it out in the first round robin as well. I feel like we're heading for 2-1.
I do too. I mean, for Beyond Gaming, they're on a 2-loss streak. Frank Esports, I love how he talked about their identity being stronger. They are still one of my favorite teams to watch this split outside of maybe the usuals up in that top bubble. But Clement, it's been a pleasure to cast with you here on yet another PCS. Might be a shorter day, but your love is always long. Thank you as always. I don't know what that means, but thank you to our audience too. It is bye for now, but not forever. Go enjoy a warm bath. Why not? It's winter there. No, wait, it's winter here. You're not in Australia. Okay, bye.
It's 38 degrees today in Taipei, so probably
Don't go on a bath. Good night. Good night, bath.